This is the Business Day television broadcast.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
As sporting activities across the world continue to retain their popularity, there seems to be one sport which happens to be even an exception, and that is golf. With 828 golf courses across the continent of Africa, with a low entry and exit barrier and huge benefits for health, golfing is that sport. I was curious today and I decided to visit the Ikoyi Club in Lagos, Nigeria, and it happens to be one of the world's busiest golf courses. And I wanted to see what it's like in the world of golfing over here. Come with me.
My name is Fatumata Sekona Kopen, and I do a lot of things. And most especially today, I'm playing golf, and I'm the lady captain for the Ikoyi Club golf subsection, the lady section. This is our driving range here at Ikoyi Club, and first, you have to come here. If you want to play golf and you want to learn how to play golf, you have to come here. And how do you come here is first, by getting a pro like Monday here, who Pro Monday has been playing for a while, but not just 4 years.
4 years.
4 years playing as a pro, and he's really good. He has a mean game. So you will meet, a pro like Pro Monday, and his job is to help you understand the game. You see us hitting balls. You don't know how we hit that ball. You think it's easy. But it's not. It's a tactic. It's a technique. It's a specific way you need to hold your club, and the positioning and everything. So he comes in, and he'll help you understand all of those things before you can even hit the ball, right? And it'll take you many hits to really get it. But gradually you will start to play. The Open is coming up pretty quickly, and so we want a lot of attention around ladies and what golf can do for your health and your well-being as a whole. So let me swing a few.
Yes.
So like he was saying to you, your swing. So the idea is to make sure you get a good, swing. And as golfers, we pick up bad habits, so don't follow me. Yeah? Wow. So you don't know how you pick them up, but you do. You just get comfortable in some bad habits.
Tell us more about the Ikoyi Club ladies section. What are the initiatives that you have? What are some of the things that you do on a regular basis?
For our ladies subcommittee, this year we came up with the theme Chop Life. And it's
interesting.
Very interesting. But it's mainly because we wanted to just kind of bring a lighter spirit, Sometimes we do it on the things that are not happening and not see the things that are. So we really wanted to bring a lighter spirit, more joyfulness to the game. Times are hard and everybody's struggling, but it's always good to have an oasis that you can go to. I call this place my Disney World. I come in, I park my car, no matter what issues I might be having, I leave it at the door and can play nice, 18-hole or not, but it's fun and it gives you a therapeutic, day. You're in the fresh air, reading well, playing, have good company, and just fellowshipping and enjoying God's grace. So we started with that, and then we also put something that is quite different, which is about the community. And our goal this year, the subcommittee goal this year, is to include as many parts of our ecosystem in Equity Club golf session as possible. So from the bag boys to the security, to the course workers, to the caddies. And this year, caddies is our theme. So our program is around caddies. How can we educate them? How can we uplift them? How can we make them more inclusive in the community? We've been able to do different seminars with them. We've been able to get sponsorship to do a lot of different educational programs and also support their personal education, giving them scholarship, paying school fees. If the caddies are too old to take advantage of the education part, we offer it to their next in kin, so their children can take that opportunity. So we've been able to do that. And we've been really excited because we've had such great output of generosity. Thanks to our partner and our sponsor, our custodian investment insurance. They've just given us an amazing package to cover all of our caddies, all of our bags boys and pros with 5 years of good life insurance. Also, so we're very excited by that. We're also working with Avon Ishimo to also give us health check for the caddies to make sure that they're well and fit to be able to work with their players. So very, very excited about that. We also have our Junior Golf Academy, which my vice, Peggy Owen, is responsible for, and she has done a phenomenal job in getting our junior golf program from just twice a year to all year round. So that's an excitement that is around the community. And then we did for the first time this year, our Veterans Invitational. So our veterans and our super veterans were able to play, and we had a fantastic time in April with them. It's something we've never done before in the Equity Club. So that was something that the ladies came up with, and it's been fantastic. And now we're rolling in to our Open. Also, so we're excited about that. Excited. Yes. So the Open is coming up in November the 13th through the 15th, 3 days of growth tournament. And it's from 0 to 28 handicappers. Ladies from all around the world are welcome to play, and we're really encouraging all of our ladies to participate. We have limited space, of course, so the first come, first serve, and the quicker you get in, the better. We're also going to have our sponsors and men guests play with us on the third day, and those slots are also limited, but we're encouraging them to really register early and get in. And thanks to all of our sponsors, we got Delta Airlines, that is like our carrier, and they've been with us the whole year. So they're giving the winner a premium ticket, round-trip ticket to the U.S. Oh, wow. We also have packages like going to Marrakesh. We have another package for Lockaway, golf, a country club. We have so many different gifts from different parts. We have partners that are coming, like BusinessDay and so forth. So we're very excited about what we're doing this year, and most especially in getting the awareness out for more ladies to join playing golf, because it's such an amazing sport. And you can play until you're like 90-something years old. And you've been playing for how long now? 17? I've been playing about 17 years. Awesome. At what age is it open for a young person to start playing golf? Start playing at 5 years old. Wow. Start playing. I mean, we've got, if you come around on Mondays and Saturdays and you see our little, on Fridays, and you see the little kids coming with the little backpacks on and the little golf kit carrying, they're this high, and very exciting to see. And we have some really good players in the Junior Academy now, and they also play around Nigeria. So recently, we had some of our kids in IDD playing their children's tournament. And there's one coming up in Ikeja. I'm sure our kids will be participating as well. So we're very excited about the Junior Academy. Exciting. And then you said something about Tuesdays. What happens on Tuesdays? What's so special about Tuesdays for the ladies? So Tuesday is about the ladies. Tuesday morning is the ladies' morning. So we get to spend time together. The course is open only to us in the morning from about 6:30 in the morning to about 10 o'clock. And the ladies come out, and we're about 60 or more, and we enjoy ourselves. We play amazing golf. We have good fun. We then, of course, proceed to hole 19, as we call it, the clubhouse, to just kind of socialize Today was a nice day. We had a couple of our veterans players celebrating birthdays. So we got to eat, you know, some delicacy from
Awesome.
and cake and akara, and, you know, just it's a fun atmosphere, and it brings a lot of joy, you know, to see how much we look forward to a Tuesday on the golf course with each other. So
it's just social, chill, the fresh air, all of that.
Yeah.
What is the requirement for someone who might want to join the ladies golf section? I believe there should be some requirement, or is it free for everyone? Is it free for all?
No, it's a members only club. So obviously you have to be a member of the Clay Club and the golf section. You also have to have a handicap. Yeah, so you have to have a handicap.
Just to cut you short for a bit, for someone who is watching and is wondering what's an handicap, what is that in golf?
So a handicap is what you get as an amateur golfer. So typically, a course for a lady might be 72 to gross out. So if you're playing as an amateur, they kind of give you a discount because they know that you can't do, if the hole is a par 4, chances are you probably won't do a par 4. You won't do full shots to get in the hole.
Yeah.
So they try to give you a little bit of kind of cushion. So every hole you would get a discount, if you will, on that hole. So that determines, and as you get better in your game, that discount goes away. So if you start, say, with a handicap 36 as a lady, and you start to play really well, you would find that every time you are able to play better, your handicap will go lower. So on most sports, the win, you get higher scores. In golf, it's the opposite. You get lower scores. So for me, my handicap is now lower. So I have, of course, my discounts out. It's very limited. So if I'm playing someone in a next competition, I really have to play well to win. But if it's a growth competition, yeah, I'll probably win. Because if you start to get into that single handicap category, it's much, much harder because you have to focus, you have to really pay attention to your game, and you don't get the discounts that, you know, those large handicaps you get. So we're playing a growth. That's what I said. The Open is a growth competition. 3 days, growth competition from 0 to 28 handicap.
0 to 28 handicaps. Awesome. So what's the structure of the ladies golf section?
We have a subcommittee. So I am the captain of the ladies section, subsection. I'm elected. As a vice captain, I was elected. Now I'm the captain. My vice was elected. The treasurer is elected, and the secretary is elected. But everyone else is a volunteer, appointed volunteer. Of course, we're all volunteers. And so we don't get paid for any of this. We actually pay to play the game. It brings such joy to know that you're impacting your community and you're giving back to your community and you're leaving a little bit of something better than when you came. So that's how we do it.
Awesome. And support for young female golfers, anyone in place?
We do have a lot of support from the ladies individually. And sometimes if we have requests, we definitely, you know, as a group, we'll put together, like when the lady pros were going to do the exams, wanting to become pros, we were definitely instrumental in supporting them financially to making that happen. So today we have about 17 pros around Nigeria, ladies. Yeah, I'm so excited. Excited. And actually, one of the great things about what we're trying to do is that we're going to have the lady pros play with us this year for the first time.
Nice.
For the first 2 in November, yes.
Interesting. And any challenges you face? Obviously, everything that has its good side must certainly have its own cons. So what are some of the challenges that you experience?
You know, change is difficult. So anything that is new will definitely meet resistance. So it's actually an opportunity more so than a challenge for me. It's an opportunity to do something better. And, you know, and God is good. What the chances are that he will make me the person that he wants to use to make that change. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful I have the opportunity. I'm grateful that I can do what I can do and make the change I can make. Just playing a leisure game, you know, nobody's paying you, but you're making your little positive impact. And then hopefully that grows from there because, you know, light dispense anyhow, any little, it definitely gets rid of darkness. So we're just trying to be a little light in the dark that just kind of get rid of the darkness. So Chub Life theme is just that. Trying to make sure that everybody enjoy life.
The theme for this year, Chub Life.
Chub Life. Actually, that's a song by Flavor.
Yeah.
It's called Chub Life. And my husband and I were driving, going to Lockaway. We're listening to this song, and I was like, this is my jam right here. This jam is my jam. So that's where the Chub Life came.
So, and you were on your way to Lockaway. I know that's Lockaway Golf.
Yeah.
So, you spoke about your husband also being a golfer.
Yes.
Did you meet on the game?
No, we did not.
Okay.
And again, thanks be to God, both of us are in technology. And so we met in the technology field. And ever since then, we realized that we have so many things in common. So I love golf, he loves golf. Love technology, I love technology. So most of everything we kind of do together. That's a blessing.
Awesome.
And by the way, one of the reasons why we need more women playing, because we have so many men that play golf, and they would love to have the wives playing with them golf. And so we're really encouraging all of our ladies to come in. And when the kids are gone, what else do? You hang out with your husband playing golf and traveling playing golf as well. And golf takes you to some amazing places as well. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. And I wish more and more ladies would take it.
Speaking of more women joining, what are some, notable successes from notable women in the ladies golf section that you might want to share with us?
Oh man, there are many. We have some amazing past lady captains. You know, first of all, I wouldn't be able to do most of what I'm doing without their knowledge, their support. You know, they've just been phenomenal. They've stepped in, directing, telling you what has happened, what has worked, what hasn't. It's a very rich, amazing culture in golf, because lady captains, past lady captains, they share their experience. Not only do they share their experience with you, they work with you to make sure that things are happening. So yeah, there's so many I can't even start to tell you which one to start talking about.
So what does it take to become a member of the ladies golf section?
Just register and you're good to go.
So what do you think? Golfing in Africa is quite interesting. We have 828 golf courses. My research showed that. But what do you think, as someone who plays golf, what do you think is the outlook for golfing in Africa? Do you think it's looking good? Do you think people are embracing it? Do you think there's still a lot of work to be done?
I think it's looking good. South Africa, East Africa, they all about, golf is there. North Africa, Morocco, it's amazing the golf courses they have. So we are embracing golf. I guess the sub-Saharan, but more especially West Africa, we haven't really sunk our teeth in it. So it's more work to do here, but I think it's definitely catching on. And most especially Southern Africa, oh my goodness, they have beautiful courses. Kenya, Rwanda has a beautiful course right now, Tanzania. So it's really catching on. So it's looking up. It's looking up.
It's looking up.
Yes, it's looking up. 10 or 20 years ago, we didn't have Lockaway. Now we have Lockaway. We didn't have Smoky Hill. We didn't have, Ibom. So it's coming. It's coming. There's a lot of vibe around it.
And for you mentioned Lockaway, we didn't have Lockaway, and now it's catching on. So what is the biggest or the biggest golf course currently in Nigeria or Lagos, so to speak?
I've played a few, but Lockaway is quite impressive. Lockaway Links is quite impressive.
Yeah. In terms of the course?
The course.
But then
Ikoyi is the busiest golf course, if I dare to say, in the world. Oh yes, this course, it's busy every day, except for Mondays. But even on Mondays, the caddies play. So Ikoyi Club is really busy.
Well, and then, you dare to say even the world.
Yes.
That's quite impressive.
Yes.
Wow. So what's the future looking like for the ladies golf section?
I pray that we get our solid pros going on tour. Ladies pros. That's my prayer, is that we will have some solid lady pros coming out of Ikoyi Club, going on tour international. Yes.
That's simple.
Yes.
Simple as that. Yes. Just ladies going on tour. Awesome. Thank you so much. But before I go, what would, if you wanted to tell a woman why you should play golf, what would you be saying to her if you're talking to me now?
I would say to you And it depends on the woman. So if you have children, you have husband, you have this, it depends. But in general, you deserve it. Take some time out. 4 hours, 5 hours a week on a golf course, it's worth it. Clears your mind, it's good for your body, your soul, your spiritualness. You're in God's presence, all in nature. It's okay to have that time. There's nothing wrong with it. And as you get older, you will appreciate it even more. So you're getting better with age. Why not get better with golf?
That's an interesting way to look at it. Okay. We'll take that. We'll take that. Thank you very much to Mrs. Koka Fatumata LC for spending our time with us today, speaking about the importance of golf and what the Ikoyi ladies golf section is doing. Very interesting conversation. I've learned a lot, being in the presence of nature, and it's been such a beautiful time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right then.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hi there, this is the Business Day exclusive with Elizabeth Musa. Today I'm seated with the production team of Iwaju, the highly talked about Afrocentric animation series produced by Disney Channel in collaboration with Kugali. Very lovely to meet you, gentlemen.
Actually, kind of cute.
So Iwaju is a series that, of course, portrays a futuristic Lagos. Can you tell us about what this futuristic Lagos is? What does it depict?
Iwaju depicts what Lagos might look like in the future. And we wanted to ensure that we were not just throwing science fiction elements around and slapping them onto Lagos, but we were trying to imagine if all the features, the main features of Lagos as we know it today, if they continue for the next 100 years or so, what would that look like? So we didn't take out anything that people know Lagos for. People know Lagos for traffic, people know Lagos for erratic power supply, people know Lagos for audacity, all those things, we made sure we kept them. We just exaggerated them by saying this is 100 years later. Things have gotten even worse in this direction. So I'll give a few examples. Lagos is overpopulated, largest city in Africa by population. If people keep coming into Lagos for the next 100 years, it's going to be even more overpopulated than it is now. So we designed the mainland in Iwaju to have these huge towers that can house many people, because the mainland would take most of the population, seeing as most people won't be able to afford to stay on the island. And when we designed these towers, we made it look like, you know how in Lagos, you see a bus and you know that this thing should not still be moving, it should not be walking. But somehow they forced it to still be, it's a moving corpse maybe, because it's like, well, how come this thing still works? They patched it together. So imagine they build these towers and the first like 10 floors of the towers are just containers, shipping containers, because Lagos is a port city. And they've slapped these containers together to form a building. But then after that bottom area, the higher up you go, the more the building turns into an actual nice building, because the richest people stay at the top. Just little things like that. We also thought science fiction usually has flying cars, and we don't want to put flying cars in Iwaju because if the cars are flying, there will be no more traffic. But then we had an idea. What if only the richest people could afford the flying cars, so everybody else is still in traffic? So then we're able to show the traffic of Lagos and also show the wealth disparity, because the richest people can afford to fly over the traffic.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's enough, thank you.
Okay, so Ziki and I are childhood friends. We met when I was 11 and Ziki was 9 in our first year in secondary school. And we connected because of our love for comic books, animation, and video games. And we've stayed friends ever since. So by the time we were in our early 20s, and Ziki had relocated to the UK, but we're still in touch with each other. We just talking about animation and such things, we realized that, wait, we grew up watching these things from the US and Japan. Is anybody in Africa creating something like what we enjoy consuming? So we set out on a mission to discover the best African visual storytellers. And we started a podcast to help the rest of the world discover these creators. So we were talking about comic books, animation, video games on our podcast. After about a year and a half of podcasting, we had reached the point where we could transition into publishing. So not just promoting these creators, but empowering them to get their stories out there. We started with what we call the Kugali magazine, a short collection of comic books from different African countries.
Issue 0 before the magazine.
Kugali magazine issue 0, because we were not sure if there would ever be an issue 1. Issue 0 was 40 pages, black and white. We printed it with money from our pockets. But then as we kept pushing, we were able to go further and get to the point where we had the Kugali anthology. By this time, Hamid had discovered us because he had a similar vision that aligned with ours. And I'll let him talk about how that played out.
Yeah, so from my end, my story was slightly different in that I reached out to Tolu and Zeki. I think I found them from the podcasting, and then when I joined in, it was just before the launch of Issue 0, because I remember we did the launch in London very much. And I remember during that launch, it was a very eye-opening experience, because at that time, I was still looking at Kugali as something I was doing on the side, in that it was something I was doing for Africa on the side, because my main job there was working in, I thought it was in Hollywood, so I was working in films and so on. And I thought, okay, I'm comfortable here. And then there were 2 hits. The first hit was when we launched the Issue 0 one, which I don't know if Ziki told you this. I kept on, I was like, what is this? Why are we launching this? Because I saw some of the artwork. Some of the artwork was done in color, but we actually printed it out in black and white, and the color version just looked better. It's just a budget issue. But people were excited about the black and white, like tiny book version, which did not look good. And it was that thing, that was one of the first moments where like, okay, there's something, if people are excited of this, they are really starving for something. If this thing, which I didn't think was, the quality was good enough, if this is catching people's attention, what if we do something of high quality? So that's around the time I joined up with Tolu and Ziki, and then we registered Kugali as a company from there. So I came from the film world, and I wanted to do something for back home. That was, I reached out to a few creators, because I believe in working with other people versus trying to do something by yourself. And that's how I discovered Tolu and Ziki, and the rest is history.
So back in 2021, you, Tolu, had mentioned that Iwaju will be out in 2023, but here we are in 2024, it's finally out. Can you give us maybe a bit of a background about why it took this long, or why you had to delay till 2024?
We were done with production in June 2023, and we were just waiting for a release date like everyone else. We don't know all the factors that come into play when the leadership at Disney Plus fixes their release dates, because even Disney Animation was waiting for Disney Plus to tell us the release date. Remember, these are actually 2 different entities.
Welcome to Lagos, Nigeria.
So I've seen some of the clips of the lead actors talking about Simi, Tola, Kole, and Bode. So what was the process of sourcing the cast of this animation like?
The casting process was a lot of fun, but it was also a lot of hard work. How it worked is Disney had their own casting agent who was liaising with a casting agent in Nigeria, Lala Akindoju. And so it varied from character to character. So for people like Bode, the first set of auditions I received, Femi Branch's audition, I was like, this guy is Bode. So we didn't really have to look too far. But for someone like Tola, I had to listen to many dozens of auditions. But then eventually, I think it was in the 2nd or 3rd round of auditions, I heard Simi's voice and I was like, this is our Tola. But the most important thing that I kept in the back of my mind for casting is ensuring that the actors and actresses that play the various roles could capture that Lagos spirit, that people from here would listen to them and they would sound exactly like the people they know, their brothers, their sisters, their friends, their colleagues. So it was a lot of fun, and I think the cast brought so much magic to the show.
What would you say if I asked you to go to the mainland?
You want to see the real Lagos?
Let's go!
So Iwaju is out now on Disney Plus, and it will be out on other Disney channels. Are there other channels to watch?
At the moment, it's just the two, so Disney Plus, and then DSTV is not out in DSTV today. It's going to be out in DSTV in April. I can't remember the exact days.
Yeah, the Disney Channel, April 22nd to 26th, and then April 29th to, I believe, the 3rd of May. In any case, you can get the information online and check the schedule for the Disney Channel.
What would you say if I asked you to go to the mainland?
My role on Iwaju is that of the director and the writer of the series. So I collaborated with, as the director, I collaborated with everyone to bring the series to life, and as the writer, I worked with my co-writer to ensure that the story was the highest possible quality.
Now, Ziki is from Lagos, Nigeria, but after the first 15 years of his life, he relocated to the UK, and even though he comes back to Lagos regularly, he's more based in the UK. So because I am based in Lagos till date, it means I'm more in touch with certain realities in Lagos than he is. And I can give an example of the public transport system. Whenever Ziki is in Lagos, he drives. I live in Lagos, I have a car, I drive, but my car could get spoiled sometimes. And maybe it takes me a few days to fix the car. I'll probably take public transport. So when I'm taking public transport, which is something Ziki does not do when he's here, it means if Ziki writes a scene where a character takes public transport, he might miss out on one or two details. Yes, he's from Lagos, he's from Nigeria, he wrote a Nigerian story, but certain finer details may be not quite there when he writes it. And then it's my job to say, this is how this would come through. This is what this should look like. So my role was just to make sure it stayed grounded and culturally authentic to Lagos.
So me as Hamid Ibrahim, my role as a production designer. For this show, we call it Production Designer Plus. That was the inside way we call it. Just because generally in Kugali how we work, Ziki handles the narrative side, or whatever writer handles the narrative side, and I usually completely take over the visual side. And in most stories, we understand that's different, where they're like, oh, the director directs the visual side as well, right? And then he tells the production designer the kind of vision he has for the world. Whereas in here, I built the vision of the world. That's why we add the plus on it. So pretty much anything you see visually on screen is kind of a baby kind of directed by me, if you put that in quotes. So production designer plus in that way. But obviously, I'm trying to idea everything to the theme Ziki wants to tell and the story Ziki wants to tell. But it's a very critical thing for me not to make it a world build on the backs of the characters, because usually a place exists first and people come in. I want it to feel like a lived-in place as the characters live inside. So if you remove our own main characters and you put other characters in this world, they could still exist and function wholly. So that was my role. So building the world of Iwaju.
We're going to be late.
Lagos traffic is no respecter of persons.
So you want to see the real Lagos?
Yes!
Thank you very much for watching. That was such a beautiful conversation. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at BusinessDayNG. And don't forget to check out our website for more exciting stories at www.businessday.ng. Thanks for watching.
Someone like me, they say Jakpa and Jakpada. I say let people Jakpa, because guess what? They will Jakpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad, and I thought I was running away. Because I was just a young doctor, I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? You know, Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a U.S. company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the U.S., but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? We are tracking their vehicles, seeing the distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half. Same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria. There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. It's going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person, all through the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that. So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle consumers, customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition. But the way I like to tell people is that SAGLEV is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging, because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira, gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana. Same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira. Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 naira to charge it. That is such a big. What we've also found from the data is just the cost of ownership of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more. An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually potential electric vehicle customers. Listen, SAGLEV wants other people to manufacture electric vehicles in Nigeria. So it's not if you are able to invest in EV manufacturing, we don't mind you coming on board and saying, hey, listen, I want to do this. This is a country of 200 million. Listen, SAGLEV is not going to satisfy that market. I can assure you of that. We just want to make sure that people get the benefits of electric vehicles. And it's not just in personal vehicles, all the way to last mile transportation, all the way to even trucking, public transportation, Uber, because you want to attack the highest offender, which is public and mass transportation. Right?
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
And this even better, we're being joined by Business Day's energy correspondent and in-house analyst, Ibrahim Abubakar. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me again, Elizabeth. It's so good to be here.
It's good to have you. Let me go straight to the conversation for today. Now, the decision by the Dangote refinery to stop sales of petrol in Naira to local buyers is rooted in the collapse of Naira for crude deal earlier entered into between NNPC and Dangote refinery. Can you tell us what that deal entailed in the first place?
All right. So the Naira for crude deal, I'll start with the fact that it's supposed to be for a 6-month program, starting October last year down to March this year. And with that program, NNPC was supposed to supply local refineries, including Dangote refinery, crude oil in Naira. Now, those crude oil was supposed to be, say, in dollars. However, the local refineries will pay the equivalent of the dollar amount in Naira. Also, attached to it will be that there will be some sort of discount when they are getting this product. Say, for example, where 1 million liters is going for, say, $1,000 US, and the $1,000 US, the Naira equivalent will probably be somewhere, let's say, $8 to 1,500 Naira. That would give us, say, 1.5 million Naira. So Dangote and other local refineries are supposed to pay in a discount amount, say a million or 1.2 thereabout. And we've seen that the effect, the impact of that in refined product sales in the country, especially starting this year. You see that so far since January to date, there have been some sort of reduction in the price of petrol, diesel, even jet fuel, to say the least. And these are some of the elements that make up the deal. 6 month program, sales in Naira at a discounted price. So these are some of the things that were supposed to be part of the deal that has collapsed now. So yes.
So can you tell us what extent that this arrangement, what extent did it address the challenge that necessitated it in the first place?
Yeah, I'll say it did wonderfully well. Like I said earlier, we've seen, when the subsidy was announced, removed last in 2023 by the president, you could see the hike, the spike in petrol prices, especially petrol, where you have from 250, 400, moved to 600, 800, and crossed 1,000 Naira per liter. Then when this deal started, we could see how we moved from that 1,000 to 860, especially this year. So that's like a difference of over 200 thereabout. So it has impacted the lives of Nigerians. Now the people that were buying 1,900 Naira per liter before, buying for 860 because of this deal. So it's something that has, should I say, bless Nigerians, and also it has also helped when it comes to FX, because when we're supplying, we're getting the product in Naira, there's no need to source for dollars.
Right.
So the pressure on dollars dropped, which is why you could see that we were doing 1,700 Naira per dollar before. And when this deal kicked in, a dollar was exchanging for 1,500, thereabout 1,560. So this has shown in the economy of the country, and also the life of the average Nigerians on the streets. So the impact was felt, if you ask me.
And what would you say are some of the factors that led to the collapse of this Naira for crude deal?
Yeah, so for one, the information we have out there, I'd say, are not robust. But some of the things that we could say are the issue is that, one, the NNPC doing this, they also talked about availability of crude. So, and NNPC has pledged crude for sale. Where you get we call it forward purchase, where you get some certain amount, then you pledge some amount of crude oil for certain period, say years, month. We have the project Gazelle, and we also have the project that has not been announced, called Project Leopard, and these are some of the things affecting availability of crude oil. So when it's not available to give to the local refiners and you pledged it to oil traders, international oil traders and all of that. So these are some of the things that has put pressure on the NNPC too. They can't give what they don't have. So, and you're literally owing when you're pledging for something. You've gotten what you need in terms of funding. Yeah. So you're supposed to meet your part of the obligation, which is to also supply product to the people that has funded you. So this has affected the deal. And last week, the NNPC came out to say since October till last week, they supplied Dangote over 48 million liters of crude oil. So, and now March 10th, Dangote came out to say, okay, that deal has collapsed because we are no longer getting product in naira. So if we're importing from the US and other parts of the world in dollars, we are also expected to sell back the refined product in dollars. So which is what has brought us to where we are today.
And now that Dangote has said that, that deal has collapsed and all of that, they stopped the sales of petrol in the local market. What implications does this have on the economy and for petrol consumers in Nigeria?
Okay, so I'll give you a practical scenario. When the statement was released, I think on Monday or Tuesday, immediately, hours later, the depot price of petrol rose by more than 50 naira. So it was below 850 before. That same day, some depot in the country were now selling for 900, meaning that the price is going up from the depot. Then the landing cost will also go up because now, if you are importing, you have to pay more because now you have to source for dollar. Then this will translate to increments in the price of petrol at the pump. We've celebrated it going down to 900, then 860, and now with this current situation, probably seeing petrol price go back to 900, 950 and thereabouts. So which means that Nigerians should be gearing up to pay more at the pump for petrol or any refined product at all, because now none of these refined products are being sold or bought in naira. Then the second thing is that the FX issue that we said has come down a little bit. The pressure has come down a little bit. Probably seeing more pressure because now marketers who wants to import or wants to even buy from Dangote refinery have to go source for dollars. And when there's scarcity, you pay more. When you pay more, this affects the economy too. So probably see the naira and dollar exchange rate going back up to what it used to be, say 16, 17. And so these are some of the impact this development we have on the economy and even on the average person on the street. We pay more for the price of refined product at the pump, diesel, petrol. Then for the economy, the dollar naira exchange will also spike a little bit. So we should be expecting some sort of increment in all aspects of our lives.
When you say increment in all aspects of our lives, it tends to beat us down on time because the economy is still struggling with the challenge of forex and naira volatility. Tied to the fact that oil marketers will now have to start sourcing dollars to buy product.
Yeah.
What policy intervention do you think that the government should actually introduce at this time to address this situation?
So for me, I think we can't give what you don't have. If you look at what we're producing, we're currently producing averagely 1.47, 1.5 million barrels of crude oil per day. That's crude oil. So if you want to add condensates, probably do 1.7, 1.8. So, but focusing on crude oil, we need the country needs to produce more. If there's a way to ramp up production, get more rigs working, produce more crude oil, probably do 2 million barrels per day. That can also help. So because when there's when supply is surplus over demand, you get the price coming down. So I think it's not about policy. We have some of the best policy frameworks in Africa, even in the world. Nigeria, you see other African countries come to Nigeria to come copy what our policy says, what we're doing in terms of policy on the paperwork. But should I say corruption and political will to want to do the right thing and get things working has not been there. Corruption has been there. Political will no. So political will to produce more, we should. if we need, like, take for example, you see what happened this week where the Trans-Niger pipeline was it exploded. Though it's working back, but this will affect production. So we need to secure our assets. Infrastructure needs to be working. We need to ramp up production. When you ramp up production, you see that the price will be going down. Then another thing is that currently crude oil price at the international market is selling for $70 per barrel. If it stays like that, it helps. But if it goes up, obviously the price of refined product will also go up because it's a global market, and we Nigeria can't put a price on our own. So we have to sell on the global markets to use a global product. So these are some of the things I feel we need to do: ramp up production for as much as possible, to go back to the table, have conversation with local refiners on the best way to proceed. Because we've seen positive impact of this deal on the economy in the last 6 months, and it will be best that we continue on that trajectory, so that it helps the average man on the streets, the barber, the Okada rider, and also the C and C's, that's the people putting on suits, and the industries that needs this product to work. This will help, and just for the government to continue the work.
And you alluded to the fact that, we have one of the best policy frameworks on the African continent. However, maybe one of our biggest problems is corruption. And that's why there's still talk about the public, about the lack of transparency, in the industry, especially with the NNPC's management of crude production, sales, and all of that compared to its peers like Aramco. Why do you think that there's so much opaqueness in the oil industry in Nigeria? Is it corruption or policy issues or what? Like, how exactly could this be addressed?
Again, like I said earlier, it's not about policy issue at all. We have one of the best policy on the continent. So I think the focus should be on corruption and the political will to get things done. So if we have the political will to say, okay, we need to ramp up production. Look at what happened with Angola, for example. They want to ramp up production. They were part or a member of the OPEC. They had to leave because OPEC gave them a quota, and they said they want to do more than that quota because they know what they need. Crude oil sales is probably giving Nigeria 90% of its FX. 90%. So that's huge, and you need to make sure that this source of income, you keep working on it. It keeps getting better and better and better. We have other countries that are doing better. You see, Guyana came up many years ago, and they are rapid production now. They are doing very well, wonderfully well. So as a country that has been there, done that for more than 3, 4, 5 decades, you think that Nigeria should be, if not at par with Aramco, at least they need to be close, because you see what Aramco is doing. Aramco releases its reports. There's monthly reports, there's quarterly reports, there's annual reports. The last time the NNPC released anything of such was sometime in 2021, I think August 2021, if I'm not mistaken. So many international houses, especially the IMF, has actually urged the NNPC to continue or to start, giving us this data so that people can make informed decision and have an informed conversation around the sector. So these are some of the things I feel like is lacking. The opaqueness, I don't know. We said that the NNPC is now a company limited, but we're not seeing that transparency that you expect from a company. And now, which begs the question of how do we go from there? Again, political will to want to do the right thing, because the shareholders of the NNPC are also kind of, if you want to say, part of the federation, federal government. So these are some of the things that we need to look at. Political will to want to do the right thing, try as much as possible to reduce and cut out corruption from that sector, because Nigeria can actually do better than what it is doing now. Trust me. Then you see us move with our peers like Saudi Aramco, Petrobras, and all of that. So we need to start releasing our monthly, quarterly reports. The latest financial report of the NNPC was for 2023, and this is March 2025. We've not had that of 2024. We've not had even quarterly report from 2024 and all of that. So these are some of the things I feel like we need to start working on to reduce opaqueness, build transparency, build public trust, and also move forward from where we are right now.
Ibrahim, NNPC has been silent on the Port Harcourt and the Warri refineries for some time now. At the start of the year, there were conversations ongoing. It was a big deal. At the start of the year, we're talking about Warri refinery and all of that. But they've been silent for some time now. And we don't know the level of production going on with the refineries. Do you have a sense of what's happening over there?
Well, I'd say the latest would be the issue of the explosion there, but the NNPC has come out to say no, it was not an explosion, it was the flaring site, and what people are calling explosion is not, it's just flaring. So, and the last time before then was that they were doing 70% capacity, I think at the Port Harcourt refinery. The Warri refinery, they say, is a work in progress. 30% at the time that they released that statement. Again, it speaks to transparency. These are some of the things that we should be seeing or knowing about. So if you're releasing your monthly report and you're telling us this refinery, because when they used to release those reports, you see how much is being spent to make sure that those refineries are working per se, even though they are not refining, then they're working. So to put the lights on, the people working there, to see the amount that has been spent on those refineries in those reports. But now you can't even find the report. The last time they released such reports was, again, August 2021. And that was it. So unless you speak to the people at the NNPC about it, and sometimes they don't like to comment. So unless you speak to them, or you go to the refinery yourself, you don't know what is going on there, which is not supposed to be. You see how you could easily get what Saudi Aramco is doing almost on a monthly basis. Their plans for the future, you get it from the report. So all of these things are some of the things that we need to start working on. Opaqueness needs to go. Honesty and transparency, we need to start working on that. So honestly, Elizabeth, I wouldn't say the refinery is working as it should, if it is working at all. So that's just the situation of things. Because if the refinery is working, say for example the Dangote refinery, you see they said we've exported to this country, we've exported to that country, we are supplying the Nigerian market so amount. You get those information easily. The last time we heard about again the Port Harcourt refinery was sometime this week because of the fire. Before then, it was months ago. So what are we doing? We need those reports to start coming back in. We need monthly reports, quarterly reports, yearly reports to come as at when due. You don't give me your financial reports in 2025 for 2023. Don't give me your monthly report late 2026 for 2024. I don't know if you get it. So because then people have moved on. We are in 2020. Right. You get it. So this 20, currently we're in March 2025, and the latest report, financial report of the NNPC was for 2023. That's 2 years ago. So we should be at least seeing something around NNPC financials for 2024. Now, if not for the full year, at least for the half year. These are some of the things that we need to start talking about. The monthly reports, they give us an idea of what they're doing monthly. Then the quarterly report or half year reports. So you pack everything together from January to June. You tell us what you've done. Then wait for July to December. So we have a sense of the direction that you are taking Nigerians and the way the sector, the industry is working around you as the number one oil company in the country. So these are some of the things I think we need to move forward. The Port Harcourt Warri refinery, I can't speak to it to that large extent because there's no information about it to say that production is still ongoing as expected. So these are some of the things I'd expect Mr. Afemishone of the spokesperson for the NNPC to come out, tell us probably in a press statement or a conference. Just tell us what is going on now. Then the people can also know that Nigeria is moving.
And you mentioned honesty and transparency, but do you really think that the authorities are willing at this time to embrace honesty and transparency when we're talking about the food bill, talking about these policies and all of that? Because apparently the challenge we're having now, we alluded to the fact that it's not the policy, right? It's not the policy.
We have
It's just
wonderful
that
policies.
we are coming 2 years after to give report and all that. Are they ready at this time to actually get more honest and transparent?
They need to, if they want to move forward. They need to, because you can only not be honest. I don't want to say lie. You can only not be honest for so long, because then if you are not honest now, you need to find something not to be honest about again tomorrow to keep up what you said yesterday. So these are some of the problems, because you can't tell an average Nigerian now that the Warri or the Port Harcourt refinery is working as expected. They'll tell you where are the evidences. Like, show us, tell us what you guys are doing. How much have you spent in the last couple of months to make sure that the refinery is working, or what have you refined? How much have you? These are some of the questions. There are always questions. I can assure you, Elizabeth, you cannot just go to say Water Smith refinery or Dangote refinery and say, okay, what are you guys doing? They'll tell you, because we did analysis of a product called polypropylene that Dangote is about to roll out. You could see it. There was a bag of it from the refinery. A picture was taken. Then the market, you know how much you spend. Nigeria spent close to 300 million US dollars every year to get that product. And these are some of the these are the product. This is a very important product when it concerns the making of plastics. And anything around plastics, packaging, nylon, name it. So you could sense that there are data to these things. There are evidences that some of these things are working. He mentioned it sometime last year that they'll start the production. This year, you could see a bag of it packaged, the name of the organization and the product itself. So what is going on with the refineries, the Nigerian refineries? If you're doing diesel, if you're doing petrol, jet fuel, let's see what are the numbers saying. Then the people can say, okay, public trust. The refineries are actually working. Then I can actually bet on it that okay. Last month, the NNPC said they refined so amount of jet fuel, diesel, petrol. People can speak to these things, but today I can assure you, Elizabeth, unless NNPC come out to tell you, or someone from inside our organization come to tell you, you don't know what is going on there. And this is not how to run an organization that's supposed to be for not just the public and also the interest of the economy of the country. Saudi Aramco, one of the best in the world, if not the best. You get reports steadily. You see that they are investing in other countries. They have portfolios everywhere, investments, renewable energy, crude oil, refined products, different countries. You literally see Aramco in almost every country, and they are moving, they are expanding. And you're seeing the report, you're seeing what they want to achieve. So this, it gives you a clear vision of what they want to do. They want to be number one across board, not just in their country, across board. So this is what we should be speaking to. Transparency in the dealings, transparency in reports, transparency in talking with industry players, transparency in the refined products too. 70% capacity. Last time we talked about Port Harcourt refinery, something around 30% for the Warri refinery, and that was it. Nothing else. No conversation from the NNPC. Their spokesperson, the last time he said something was about the 48 million liters of crude oil that were given the supply to Dangote refinery, and that was it. So where are we as a nation that wants to move forward? We literally, our budget per year, almost every year, depends on crude sales. So what are we doing? Our crude production it has not moved the way you expected. The target was somewhere around 2 million this year, and we are doing 1.47, 1.4, and then I think the budget was also earmarked for $73 per barrel thereabout. We're not even doing that yet. So the global market is around $72. So we need to, our analysis needs to be very straightforward. We need people who knows about the industry to take charge of that industry. So when they do, start seeing changes. You can't tell me someone, blow up a pipeline, or they are tapping crude from that pipeline or something, where we have technology that could tell you that something is wrong somewhere, and you can't sense that something is wrong somewhere. Have your security apparels, get there, get these things done. We have the Kantita Security. It's a private security. I think their services were brought on sometime in 2022. I think August 2022. 4 billion monthly. So at that time, I don't know if they've renewed that deal. So what are they doing? Why we have having two explosions in River State in a day? What are they doing? Is it that they are not covering River State? Then we need another security apparatus to do that. The Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Army, everything. I think there's too much issues, too much opaqueness, and then we are not doing things as we're supposed to do. I would project into the power sector a little bit. You could see where the Nigerian Army are going to a privately owned organization to go beat up staff. It happened here in Lagos. Then days later, it happened again here in Lagos on the other side. The first was Ikeja Electric, then the second was Eco. You see the problem. If you are owing, you pay. If you don't have the money, you have some sort of roundtable with the discos, you talk. Then because you get budget for paying for power. Then if it's not enough, you request for more. You get what I'm saying? So we need to start doing things like civilized people. We need to start taking transparency very seriously, because when the public do not trust our government MDAs, as ministry, departments, and agencies, then there's a problem. So we need to as a nation that wants to move forward, we need to start doing some of these things. Personally, for me, my recommendation would be that the monthly, yearly report comes out as at when every month. You have this is March. Let's get February's monthly reports now, like that. Then by the end of the year, before you even release your financial statement for the year, we've already had a glimpse of what you've done from January to December. So probably a little bit of changes here and there and other information that you'll be adding. So these are some of the things that will probably help the country move forward. Not even probably, it will help the country move forward. We need to ramp up production if we need effects to stabilize the economy. I can assure you, the dollar to naira will go up likely because of the issue with this naira for development and that.
Well, just before I let you go, Ibrahim, just a final question for you this morning. Now, with the Naira for Crude deal failed, what's the fate for modular refineries?
Well, if the Naira for Crude deal fails, obviously they too won't get. So it's not just about Dangote refinery. So the deal was to cut across local refiners. So if Dangote that has over 650,000 barrels of capacity could not get, come on, a refinery of 5,000 barrels, 10,000 barrels, they also have to source for crude outside the country, pay in dollars. And that also means that if you're going there to buy, you also have to buy in dollars. So it cut across. The demand for dollars in the next couple of days will have to surge, and then you have scarcity, you have to pay more than usual. So this will affect all around modular refineries. Some might even have to pack up or have some sort of partnership with other modular refineries. Let's see if there's a way we can bring in this product. Then when it gets here, we share it. You know how it's done, like a joint venture, or what's it called now when you want to contribute as a unit. So they come together, they contribute as a unit, they get the product over here, and they share it as their stake and all of that. Then but it will seriously affect the operation. Seriously.
Well, thank you very much, Ibrahim. This was really insightful this morning. Thank you for joining us on the big story this morning. And that's where we bring it to wraps here. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
The United States Federal Open Market Committee at its meeting yesterday held rates but still signaled 2 interest rate cuts this year. Updated summary of economic projections also showed the expected lower economic growth plus higher inflation and slightly higher unemployment rate, but all amid uncertainty, not just on forecasts, but on the impact of factors like the new policies of the U.S. administration, that's the Trump government. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insight, where we analyze the main business stories. The main story today focuses on takeaways of yesterday's statement from the Fed and press conference after the meeting of the FOMC at which rates were held steady. The wait-and-see stance satisfied Wall Street as at close. Dow Jones gained 0.9%, S&P 500 also rose, Nasdaq Composite also gained. US stock futures also rose as investors digested reassuring signals from Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell yesterday. Markets were not expecting a rate change, and the FOMC had both dovish and hawkish aspects in their press release and statement of projections. The US stock market was most likely encouraged by the fact that most FOMC members, 9 to be exact, still expect 2 rate cuts, despite an upward revision in inflation, with core PCE going up to 2.8% from 2.5% in the December forecast. But 8 members expected less than 2 cuts, which is, you could say, a hawkish slant. Annual US GDP growth in 2025 was also revised down to 1.7% from 2.1%, which some say foretells a dovish positioning, while Powell, in questioning after the press statement, explained that inflation uptick is transitory and in the longer run will fade. Transitory is back. He couldn't say with certainty if tariffs were mainly responsible, adding that a combination of several policies have to be factored in to determine the impact on inflation, and for now it is too early to make any such determination as policies are still at very early stages, adding that the economy and the labor markets are still strong despite the hint at a stagflation and higher chance of a recession. The Fed also say they were slowing down in the pace of shrinking the balance sheet, that is quantitative tightening or the runoff, where positions are allowed to amortize, shrinking the balance sheet without being replaced. They said that as part of the reduction in the pace of quantitative tightening, the monthly cap of treasuries that will be allowed to mature and not be replaced will be reduced to $5 billion per month from the prior $25 billion monthly cap, effective on April 1. The unemployment rate projection was also increased to 4.4% in 2025, not a material change from 4.3% in the December projections. By not reducing rate cuts, it suggests the FOMC is more concerned with economic growth than with the rising inflation, seen as stabilizing in the longer run towards the 2% target. So how can we summarize Powell's presentation? I would say it presents a solid labor market, still strong economy overall amid more uncertainty and higher risk of a downturn. Powell is not worried about tariffs, and there is, according to Powell, no hurry to move on rates, and there is time as well to be cautious, to await clarity or confirm trends before further moves. The base case that an inflation uptick will be transitory will also need to be watched as policies and their impacts are better understood. But let's listen to Powell.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. Labor market conditions are solid, and inflation has moved closer to our 2% longer run goal, though it remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We also made the technical decision to slow the pace of decline in the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about these decisions after briefly reviewing economic developments. Economic activity continued to expand at a solid pace in the fourth quarter of last year, with GDP rising at 2.3%. Recent indications, however, point to a moderation in consumer spending following the rapid growth seen over the second half of 2024. Surveys of households and businesses point to heightened uncertainty about the economic outlook. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.7% this year, somewhat lower than projected in December, and to rise a bit below 2% over the next 2 years. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains averaged 200,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and is held in a narrow range for the past year. The jobs to workers gap has held steady for several months. Wages are growing faster than inflation and at a more sustainable pace than earlier in the pandemic recovery. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.4% at the end of this year and 4.3% over the next 2 years. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12% next year, a little higher than projected in December. In 2027, the median projection is at our 2% objective. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. Looking ahead, and the balance of risks. We do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance, and we are well positioned to wait for greater clarity. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote, In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. An admittedly challenging exercise at this time in light of considerable uncertainty. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year and 3.4% at the end of next year, unchanged from December. While these individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, as I noted, uncertainty today is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or a decision. Policy is not on a preset course. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly. Our current policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. At today's meeting, we also decided to slow the pace of decline in our balance sheet. Since we began balance sheet runoff, our securities holdings have declined by more than $2 trillion. While market indicators continue to suggest that the quantity of reserves remains abundant, we have seen some signs of increased tightness in money markets. Beginning in April, the monthly cap on Treasury redemptions will be lowered from $25 billion to $5 billion. Consistent with the committee's intention to hold primarily Treasury securities in the longer run, we are leaving the cap on agency securities unchanged. This action has no implications for our intended stance of monetary policy and should not affect the size of our balance sheet over the medium term. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I will look forward to your questions.
Donald Trump was not invited to the FOMC meeting, but he still had his say, as he said he would. He wants the Fed to cut rates as tariffs ease their way into the economy. And it sounds like he would have preferred the Fed to cut rates immediately. Jerome Powell has repeated that decisions will be guided by the data and the analytics. Tomorrow we'll look at the Bank of England's MPC decision and the South Africa Reserve Bank's policy review as well. Now for some more business stories. The era of branch banking in the UK slowly coming to an end, it seems. Santander has announced it's set to close 95 branches across the UK, putting over 700 jobs at risk. This was as customers were banking more online. Also, as part of the changes, Santander will reduce hours at 36 branches and remove the front counters from 18 others. Amazon lost its legal fight against a record $800 million fine handed out by Luxembourg's privacy regulator 4 years ago as the courts sided with the watchdog. The watchdog had penalized Amazon for processing personal data in breach of European Union General Data Protection Regulation privacy rules. Donald Trump yesterday said he had a very good call with Ukrainian President Zelensky as the US works to broker peace agreements between Kiev and Moscow. A Kremlin official also clarified that the agreed 30-day ceasefire concerns energy facilities and no other forms of infrastructure. And in New Zealand, gross domestic product rose 0.7% in the December quarter from the prior quarter, better than expectations of a 0.4% increase. The growth also followed a revised 1.1% contraction in the third quarter. The European Commission has put forward a proposal that arms companies from the US, UK and Turkey will be excluded from a new €150 billion EU defense funding push. The planned funds would only be open to EU defense companies and those from third countries that have signed defense agreements with the bloc. And in Nigeria, the Dangote refinery yesterday announced the suspension of petroleum products being sold in Naira, implying that it cannot continue to dispense in the local currency while purchasing crude, for example, in dollars. Asia-Pacific markets traded mixed as China's central bank kept interest rates steady. The People's Bank of China kept the one-year loan prime rate at 3.1% and the 5-year LPR at 3.6%. Well, that's all in this episode of Global Business Insights. We are on Business Day TV on the Business Day website. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
There's dignity in labor. Everything in life is about perseverance. And if you don't love what you are doing, you will not make it. There was somebody told me, go home, rent a shop and be selling gari. I am Madam Eunice Carlo. I'm a bus Korokwe driver. By the grace of God, I'm 60. I fly Egbeda to Ikeja on daily basis. I worked for some time, then I stopped. I opened a shop. At the end of the day, the shop closed. When I do take money from home to go to the shop, and it's the money I take from home that will take me home back. So the shop was not moving. After some time, it's my younger brother that now asked me if I can do this. I said yes, instead of being a liability. Because when I stopped the shop, because it was not adding, it was reducing my finance. He now asked me if I can do this. I said yes. So that's how he bought it for me. I started this in April 2021, and it's my boss that I used to learn. From 2021 till date is what I've been doing, which is 2 years. It depends on the money somebody is expecting on a daily basis. But for me now, the work now, when I think last year it was fair. But this year is nothing to write home about. Since the fuel increase, it's nothing to write home about. But at least, at all, now it was. Sometimes I get 3,000, sometimes I get 5,000. My family is very, very supportive. When I just come out in the morning, when I go home, I just bath and eat, no disturbance. The male gender, most of them see me as a threat because they feel that, you know what, your wife or your sister cannot do, that have not been doing. When you see somebody doing it, you feel that this person, just like a woman being a mechanic or being putting roof, so men there will not be comfortable. Sometimes when I overtake some men, they will look at me through the mirror. They say, this grandma, they want to take over. And when they want to take over, when I come here, they will not allow me to go. So I just give them chance. No special treatment. The only people that have not held me on the road is task force and police. LASMA have held me once. When they held me, other drivers fought them. So maybe that was why they've not stopped me again. There should be because we are not many in this field. Apart from being many in this field, I'm the oldest. I'm the oldest among all the drivers I've been seeing. By the grace of God, I'm 60. By the grace of God, I'm having my NCE. I'm an NCE holder. So when there is no work, I have to look for a way of putting my body and soul together. I'm not too good in begging. I find it difficult. For me to be a liability, I find it difficult. Like if I come to your house today, you will give me. You have your own responsibilities. If I come today, tomorrow, you will give me, I will feel bad. Deep down you will not be happy. But because of the kind of relationship we have and the kind of person I am, you say, okay, please take this. And before you give me that, it will take you some time.
It now become a serious competition among men. Like where we are here, when we have two routes, Guinness and General. So each time she is going to General, and while most of the men are avoiding that General and always going to Guinness. So, and what they do say is because she is mama, nobody will challenge her. And we are always avoiding General route. Though it's fun, she's very, very fun to do, very agile. She doesn't back down. Here what they just called her, Madam Ikeja. She doesn't back down.
As a human being, I feel bad at my age doing this. But if I feel bad and sit at home, maybe by now I would have been on wheelchair, because I'm not the type that sits idle. Thoughts would have gotten me down. Thoughts of this or that. But by the grace of God, with what I'm doing, I'm using it to foot some of my bills. Not all, but some of my bills. I'm using it to foot it. There's one thing in life, determination is very, very important. When you are determined on what you want to do, you will have challenges. If my mind is not made up that I'm doing this work, I would have been frustrated out of it. Drivers, they talk anyhow. Passengers, some will tell you, why are you doing this? Why not? There was somebody told me, go home, rent a shop and be selling gari. They have called me COVID. You know that time was the period of COVID-19. They have called me a COVID-19 driver. Somebody said, if you think it's good for you, why are you doing this work at this age? So things like that. Passengers will say so many things. It will enter from this ear and go away from the other ear. Because if I put it in my mind, I will not come out the following day. Everything in life is about perseverance. And if you don't love what you are doing, you will not make it. My challenge in this work now is agbero and fuel. Today I've not worked. The money I used to buy fuel now is the one I worked yesterday. I pay Lagos State. All the money agbero pay, I pay. And I don't work in the night. From now I'm going home. So since I was unable to work in the morning, my going there now, agbero will want to collect all their money. So it's of no use. The advice I have for women, both young and old, begging is not the best. Number one, begging, people look down on you, number one. Number two, when you are begging, you are not sure of what you will get the following day. That is two. Then number three, there's dignity in labor. There's dignity in labor. Like when you come out with your hard-earned money, you know this is the money I earn. You know how to spend it. But if you go out begging, you say by tomorrow, if you're able to get 5,000 today, you say tomorrow I'll get 10,000. What if you go tomorrow, you get 1,000? It will not be able to solve your problem. Apart from that, some women use their body to get what they want. I've been in a situation where somebody asked me, are you not a woman? I say, yes, I'm a woman. But by the grace of God, I can't. I can't. I have my integrity. I feel those people that beg, they put themselves low. Because the person you are going to beg, some will just look at you and say anything they like about you. And that dignity will not be there.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back to the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making headlines this morning. Depots up price to 875 naira per litre after Dangote holds local currency petrol sale. Nigeria strengthens global influence, secures $25 billion foreign investment, says Toga. Interior Ministry generates 6 billion naira. Zelensky tells Russia to drop unnecessary demands ahead of peace talk. Japan becomes first nation to qualify for 2026 FIFA World Cup. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country's downstream sector has recorded another quick shift in price. The price increase follows the Dangote refinery's latest decision to temporarily halt the supply of refined petroleum products in the country's local currency to marketers. Data from petroleum price reveal that this development has prompted a sharp increase in depot prices, with petrol now selling for 875 naira per litre from less than 850 naira per litre before the announcement. Movements at loading depots on Thursday noon showed that Parker Depot increased its loading price to 875 naira per litre from 852 naira sold earlier in the day. Matrix Worry effected an increase of 22 naira from 852 naira to 875 naira per litre, while Zamson Depot increased its price from 853 naira to 875 naira per litre, among others. Moving on, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Maitama Tuga, has revealed that Nigeria has secured significant foreign investment, including a $14 billion commitment from India, an $8 billion expansion deal with Indorama, and a $3.5 billion steel plant investment in Akwa Ibom. Tuga revealed this at the ministerial briefing in Abuja, highlighting key diplomatic achievements under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. According to the minister, the federal government has remained dedicated to enhancing Nigeria's global image, attracting foreign investment and safeguarding citizens abroad. The minister commended the government's zero-tolerance policy on the mistreatment of Nigerians abroad, citing diplomatic interventions that secured the release of citizens unjustly detained in various countries. Still on, the Ministry of Interior has reported a 6.03 billion naira revenue for 2024, with expatriate quota approvals and marriage-related services emerging as the top revenue-generating streams. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, announcing the figures at the ministerial press briefing in Abuja, detailed the earnings, highlighting the ministry's role in generating non-oil revenue for the country. According to Tunji, expatriate quota fees alone contributed to 3.22 billion naira, demonstrating the continued dependence of foreign companies on expatriate labor in Nigeria, while marriage services, including registration and certification, have generated 2.41 billion naira, underscoring the increasing compliance with legal documentation for marriages in the country. Now to end the local news, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Koinsola Ajayi, has revealed that the National Assembly still has the power to hold President Bola Tinubu's recent declaration of a state of emergency. Ajayi revealed this while analyzing the legal implications of the president's move, which has sparked widespread public debate. Ajayi, speaking during a TV appearance, referenced Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution, which empowers the president to declare a state of emergency. The SAN emphasized that the president only suspended and did not remove the governor. It says the president has legal backing for his decision, while the National Assembly retains the authority to either approve or reject the proclamation. And on the foreign scene, Volodymyr Zelensky has revealed that Ukrainian and US officials will meet for peace talks in Saudi Arabia next Monday, after the Kremlin confirmed US-Russia talks to hold there the same day. Ukraine's leader says Russian President Vladimir Putin must stop making unnecessary demands that only prolong the war, a complete end to military assistance for Ukraine. Zelensky also warned that taking NATO membership for Ukraine off the table, which Putin has said was non-negotiable for peace, would be a big gift to Russia. Also, the Istanbul police have used tear gas and rubber bullets against demonstrators in the second night of disorder after the arrest of Mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, despite a 4-day arrest ban being in place. İmamoğlu, a member of the secular Republican People's Party and a key rival of Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, was said to be named as a presidential candidate for the 2028 presidential elections later this week. On Wednesday, the 19th of March, he was held on charges including corruption and aiding terrorist groups. Since his detention, authorities in Turkey have arrested dozens of people for provocative social media posts. And now to sports. Japan became the first team to qualify for the 2026 World Cup after beating Bahrain 2-0 at Saitama Stadium on Thursday, March 29. Second half goals from Daichi Kamada and Tafekusa Kubo ensured the Samurai Blues secured the sport in Asia Group C's top 2 automatic qualification places. At its 8th straight World Cup, Japan joins co-hosts the United States, Canada, and Mexico in the expanded 48-team tournament. Now to end the news, La Liga giants Barcelona have joined the list of top European clubs interested in signing Nigerian and Napoli forward Victor Osimhen as they search for a long-term replacement for Robert Lewandowski. Dele Sport reports that Barcelona hopes Napoli will consider offers below Osimhen's €75 million release clause next summer, as Osimhen remains one of their top attacking targets for the 2025-2026 season. Lewandowski, despite scoring 35 goals this season, has clocked 36-year-old, prompting Barcelona to explore options for the future. The manager, Hansi Flick, has reportedly identified Osimhen as a prime candidate to replace Lewandowski. And these are the top headlines this morning on the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Nigeria's strides in board diversity is at approximately 30% female representation among top companies, and that demonstrates the impact of collective effort. It can be done. So with intentionality, we can replicate this across all sectors and all levels. Please let us continue to champion gender equality and women's empowerment for national and global prosperity.
Just like the keynote speaker, Funke Opeke, said today, that when you start on a journey, you never really know where it's going to take you to. Yeah, so you have an idea. We had a plan. We're very intentional. There was clarity around the vision, clarity around our model, and we took it in stages. And as we've gone along, new ideas have come in from the advisory board members, from all the volunteers that have come in. The important thing is that the core principle is, in line with the vision, is to develop women to build a better nation. And we're focused on building leadership capacity through structured mentorship and also the advocacy part of our work to try and ensure that the right policies, the right laws are promulgated, and that where policies and guidelines already exist, that they're reviewed if they're not fit for purpose, to ensure that every human being, male and female, has an equal opportunity to actualize themselves and to, achieve their aspirations. Well, what I'd like them to take away is that, first of all, it's a mentoring book. It's a reference point. It's a guide. What we've done here as Whisker is to chronicle, the path that we have trodden in terms of mentorship for the last 16 years. So it's very, very rich in terms of evidence-based, in terms of, a track record of a model and a methodology that actually works. So we're hoping that, everybody will pick up a copy of this book, try and get access to it, either physically from the Whisker office or online, because we're going to make sure it's available online on Amazon. And through this process, appreciate the importance of having a mentor, having a role model, having a sponsor, building relationships, and all the things that we teach, in the Whisker School of Excellence. It's a talent development solution. It's a leadership development toolkit. It's a guide for training your staff. So I think in every secondary school, in every university, in every office, if you're looking for how you can better manage your talent, not just your female talent, your female and your male talent, then this is a book that can really help you. And you try to fix the price at a level that we think, is affordable and accessible to everyone, because what we're trying to do through this book is to democratize mentorship, because we feel that mentorship is so important.
Meetings at 1 a.m. Now, women who are married or in committed relationships and things like that find it difficult to attend 1 a.m. meetings. And these are where decisions are taken, far-reaching decisions. You say, oh no, everyone's working during the day, we can only meet after midnight. No, you have to make sure that we change the culture of politics to suit women as well.
Thank you. It's important for structures such as, I spoke about the passing of the bills, the gender bills in front of the National Assembly. This gender bills encourages the 35% affirmation bill, which we have signed in Kwara State, to make sure that there's 35% and women at least, to also make sure that women have special seats, so that certain seats, go to women, to make sure that women's because currently women's spouses who have foreign spouses cannot get Nigerian citizenship. Yeah. This is not the case for men. Men who have foreign partners, their spouses get citizenship. Yeah. So that would also, encourage women in this regard if all these gender bills are passed. Apart from these gender bills, that takes us to the table. I talked about the culture of politics, making sure that the culture is friendly to women. Yeah. It's very important not to have meetings at 1 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. It's very important to make sure that women are informed of these meetings, giving adequate preparation, and made to, take one step further, are able to use their voices. Now, for what we've done in Kwara State, we, encourage that more states do that, and we have seen more states also do that. I told you we have the youngest female House of Assembly member in our state. And this is fostering a young woman to use her voice. And we have 5 women in the House of Assembly. Other states like Ekiti State have 6 women. We have states like Ogun, Ebonyi, and other states that have women deputy governors, and so many other states. So at the subnational level, we are seeing that increase going on. So at the federal level, that's why we encourage by the gender bills being passed. Now we get women at the table. We want them to be able to stay at the table. So the mentorship and sponsorship is important, because for a woman to go into politics is very expensive. So we need to foster ways in which to be able to sponsor them, to keep them in there, and to make sure that once they are there representing us, they can use their voices. So these are, some of the structures that we have. We want organizations to sponsor women to come forward, pick a particular woman and be able to sponsor her through so she can get through. We're already seeing the changes by the changes in law. We need laws to be changed, and the changes are coming in law. Then we need to change the norms, and culture. So I talked about transforming norms. We had a conference in Abuja where we invited traditional rulers to come and talk to us about their role in transforming norms. In certain places, women can't do certain things. So the more we are able to mainstream that women can participate in certain things. And you see, we also need to shape perception. Men have to be made to see that women being transformed is not a threat to men. Because currently you have one hand tied behind your back. Almost 50% of the population is not getting the fair chances that they need. So the society is not at its utmost best. But men should understand that promoting women means that the society is better even for them. It's not a threat to them. So these are some of the things that we can deploy to make sure that women stay in power. Well, I'd just like to say that they should keep their dream alive. I decided around the age of 6, I told my dad I wanted to follow him. I wanted to go into the foreign service, and I kept that up. So believe in yourself and believe in your dreams. And then we encourage people now to have several streams of employment. In Kwara, I teach women skills acquisition programs, makeup and makeover, confectionery, sewing, tailoring, design, smelting, all kinds of things, drone technology for farming. We want women to go into farming, and do all these things. So have a separate stream of income as well to support yourself. And, the sky is just the beginning. You will get there. So just believe in yourself. Have mentors, have sponsors, and have a separate stream of income. And just stick to your dream. Don't get discouraged.
We had about 77% of girls, upon starting our program, felt that STEM are careers for men. And this is in today's world. And you're wondering how. But then you start to see that with mentorship, with exposure to training, and then they start to build that confidence. And they think, you know what, I can do this. So you are demystifying what seems to be very complicated and complex.
So WTech runs training programs, mentorship programs, and also research. Our training programs include after-school clubs in Lagos, Kwara State, and Ondo State. And then also we have the STEM residential camp for teenage girls, so girls in secondary school. And then we also have a mentorship program. So once the girls have decided that they want to pursue STEM, we match them with mentors so that they are guided along their career path. Okay, so I would say find your why, find what it is that interests you, because STEM is very broad. You need to find the area that aligns with your area of interest, whether it's helping people stay healthy, whether it's helping people to be productive, save time, whether it's financial management. So find your why, find what interests you. And then research and find the different career options. Once you have identified possible areas, find people that you can speak to, whether people in person or online. There are so many resources online. And then once you are there, then of course the training never stops. So make sure that you keep learning and learning so that you can stay relevant in the field.
I've had about 3-4 male CEOs who were able to identify the value in me and decided to sponsor me through the organizations that I worked for. And so as I moved across the ladder, these men and the he for she's in our lives, I think really deserve a lot of they need to be acknowledged significantly because they've also played that role for a number of us. So the sponsors that I've had propelled me and what the role of a sponsor is, to speak for you in the room where you're not in. So a number of times they have been able to do that for me. And I hope that I'm also doing that now for the women and men that work with me.
There are many opportunities for business women. Where interest rates are in Nigeria today at very high levels beyond 30%. Through the Bank of Industry, we, FSDH, and a number of other Nigerian institutions have been able to access cheap funding for female entrepreneurs that are running successful businesses. So interest rates that are close to not single digits, but early double digits, and is available to structured businesses who want to scale their businesses. So that's one scheme that is available. We in FSDH, we also have beyond financing solutions, we have non-financial solutions for women. So because we realize that beyond money, beyond funding, there are other things that business entrepreneurs require. So we provide mentorship programs, we provide training, we have tie-ups and alliances with some institutions that help to train women and help them be successful in their businesses. We also attach them to mentors within their fields that help them scale their business, help them better understand what they should be doing and looking out for in business. For women starting off in their career, I would say that identify where your strength is, identify what you love to do in that space. Banking, finance was my own love, really. And there was one area that I knew that I wanted to know more about. Second thing, be a subject matter expert in anything you choose to be. Because you're a woman doesn't mean you're going to be pushed up, and we need to get away from that. You have to be a knowledgeable woman, a subject matter expert in your field for you to expect to be elevated. And so do your best, know your work, and be consistent. Do not give up. We're talking about grit today, which is the strength of character. Be consistent. Make sure you do not give up. There will be challenges along the line, but challenges do not define you. Challenges actually help you to scale. So embrace those challenges and you'll be amazed at what comes out of you. And I wish you all the best, and I look out to hear success stories for all the women around.
One of my key takeaways, I would say, is from the keynote speaker, CEO of Main One, Funke Opeke. I heard her story, and I have to say this is the first time I'm actually hearing her story. And when the facilitator was introducing her, right, and she talked about the fact that she eats nose, as cereal for breakfast. Yeah. I was like, okay, let me see that. And then she came on, and I have to say that her story is a testament to the theme of this conference, which is resilience. When she was speaking, I kept on just trying to put myself in that situation and wondering what my response would be, at every stopgap, at every issue that came up. And one thing I have taken away is just never take no for an answer. Always see no as an opportunity. And that's one thing I am glad to say that I'm also going to distill into the community She Ventures. Just never take no for an answer. One thing she also said that really struck me is how it's obvious more and more that women, and this is all respect to the men in the room, but the way women face problems and challenges, they just take it head on and are able to sort of pivot gracefully, just flow and adapt with the change. And I think that's one of the reasons why women are the backbone of the Nigerian economy. Gaps that we've done a lot, but two main gaps I see, and that's when it comes to access for women. And She Ventures, FCN's desk for women is built on 4 pillars: access to finance, access to networks, access to knowledge, and access to markets. Right? There was an event earlier on today. It was a training program that we had put up for the fiscally challenged, site challenged. And we had quite a number of questions about access to finance. Now, one of the things that has struck me in my role in the bank is that a lot of times we talk about access to finance as the main challenge for female entrepreneurs. But in the 5 years that we've been in operation, we've seen that is not the key challenge. The key challenge really is knowledge, financial literacy, knowledge. And I kept on asking the women, how many of you know your businesses? If you're giving a loan today, assuming you have a business and we give you a loan, not a grant, of say 1 million, right? Are you sure that 1 million that we give you today will not kill your business? What are your margin lines like? We're giving you this loan at 16%. How are you going to ensure that you pay it back? And this is something that a lot of female businesses do not understand, because women in Nigeria, especially in the informal sector, tend to go into business not because they have the know-how or technical capacity or financial literacy. It's more subsistence living, right? They want to feed their family, they want to send their children to school, and so they go into business, which is one of the things that we try to do a lot of in FCNB. And in fact, we have a mentorship program with Whisker, and they mentor about 1,000 of our women every year, because we've seen that knowledge is actually one of the key things. So talking about a gap, it's financial literacy for women, and that is something that we need to scale up in West Africa. The next thing is, you've provided financial know-how and literacy, We've provided access to markets, access to networks. And then for me, the last thing is access to finance. Now, when it comes to finance, huge challenges as well, because we talk about single-digit interest rates. Now, give a woman a single-digit interest rate, but in Nigeria, we're still asking for things like collateral, right? How many women in Nigeria can access that facility? So you find out that, you come out and you say, or maybe the government says, we have $1 billion to give to female entrepreneurs. This year, it has to go. At the end of the year, maybe 100 million has been drawn down because women don't have the capacity to access those finances. So we need to start thinking about, if it's in our risk structures, curating something specific to female entrepreneurs. And then, so you don't take them through the same process that you'll take any other entrepreneur, because their challenges are a bit different and peculiar. So are we talking about, for example, cash flow lending? Is that something that we can think of doing? Because what I believe is that if we find that perfect product, and I'm sure FCMB will be the first bank to do that, you'll be surprised that even if it's not a single digit rate, lower interest rate, or you have the specific product for that woman, you'll be surprised that you'll see female entrepreneurs knocking at your door to access finance.
I am, first of all, in awe of Amina. I was here the very first event that Whisker started. How many years ago was that? A long time, but not that long. And I could never, but I knew her, that it would morph into this giant organization, able to mentor so many people, impact so many diverse organizations, and continuously excel every year to put this event together. And I was just teasing her. I said, look, you brought presidents from all over the world. It's just that America has their own president right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if I hear one day that you have the American British president here with you. The tentacles that this organization has reached is really formidable. And it's a textbook on how to go about setting up not-for-profit. And for that, I think she really needs to be applauded.
I just wanted to say that this is our 16th year, and it's been amazing. It gets better and better every year. I come every year, and it's always an inspiration. And congratulations to Mrs. Oyagbola and the entire team that makes up Whisker, because there's a large team involved.
I believe inclusion and diversity in organizations and corporations in Nigeria have always been there. Going back to when I look at my mom, when she coming back from America, she worked at Securities and Exchange Commission and moved up to a director position before heading to becoming chairman and CEO of Investment and Securities Tribunal in Abuja. And I know a lot of other women like her. So it's always been there for women, maybe just not in leadership roles in comparison to men. And I think the thing is women just need to be bolder, braver, persistent in trying to achieve their career and business goals in Nigeria. Yes, it can be a difficult country to navigate, a difficult terrain to navigate culturally, but it's definitely there for the taking if you do want to succeed, if you do want to be successful in your career and in your business. Just be persistent, just be brave, just be bold, and go for it.
Their stories remind us that when women innovate,
an entire society
actually changes.
As we engage
in conversation today, I encourage you to think not just about what inspires you, but about what you will do next to change the world. How will you apply what you are learning now? Who will you connect with? What action will you take
to drive the change in your sphere to influence others?
Together, we are building something bigger than ourselves.
a network of strong women and allies who are committed to shaping a future where innovation is inclusive, opportunities are limitless, and every woman has the tools to thrive. Once again, I want to strongly, happily, with all my heart, welcome you to Inspiration to Action Event 2025, organized by Business Day and Institute. And I hope that today will be worth your while. And please make today count. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. Indeed, the call to action there is to please make today count. Let me welcome our other representative from our other sponsor, InterSwitch. This is in collaboration with InterSwitch, by the way, Mosu Mare, to come on and to give her own part.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so very much for honoring our invitation. My name is Mosumola Mare. Once again, you're welcome to InterSwitch Innovation Lab, where things happen, we're the big shakers. So yeah, thank you so much. Once again, happy International Women's Month. We're so delighted to have each and every one of you here, especially to our guest speakers. Thank you so much. We know how busy your schedules are, but you honored our invitation. Thank you. We're very grateful for that. And to every woman in the house, your dreams are valid. So please ensure you network with everyone here today, because these women, they're very hard to find. They're actually very hard to get through to. So they are here on a platter of gold. They didn't collect a dime from each and every one of them. No dime was collected. So please try. Let's give them a round of applause. So please network, mingle with people, meet with people, and don't forget, this is our year of action. Thank you, everyone.
Mosumola Mare there, she is part of the team here at InterSwitch Innovation Lab. When I walked in, I must say it's quite beautiful. Please invite me to come back. Thank you. Yes, indeed, today is also a day for a call to action that we must take the charge to lead, and for every field that we'll be getting into, whether it's leadership, whether it's tech, whether it's lifestyle, hospitality, entertainment, information, media, whatever it is, we must start to fill up those leadership roles and start to speak our thing. You know what I mean? Like, come out, be the ambassador of your craft. No one else is going to be the ambassador of your craft except yourself. And it is true. Sometimes women find it difficult to, want to. Sometimes when we come out to speak about what we're good at, it's almost like we're gloating or we're trying to, catch clouds. Because we're women, traditionally Nigerian women or African women are supposed to be very meek, so to speak. And so that's changing. It will continue to change. That's being in your truth and saying that you are more than qualified for the job, and being the ambassador for your brand is not in any way clout chasing or positioning yourself for whatever that I don't like. I don't want to say the adjective. I really hate that word, so I don't want to say it. But anyway, it's time for me to introduce our speakers for today to discuss the topic, the panel discussion while we're here, why we're all here, which is inspiration to action. Now, during Linda's address, she pointed to one person who's going to be in the panel, which is, of course, Dr. Gloria Edozian. We have followed her journey, which is not just inspiring to action women that we know, but she's also held master classes and training sessions, and also her short clips and videos and her newsletters as well. It's endless, and she continues to inspire women, to push women, mentor women to take up positions of leadership and to be on those executive board, advisory board, and do more. But she's not the only one who's going to be on that panel. We are in safe hands. The panel today is, it's chef's kiss, sublime. So before we delve into our panel session, let me introduce our distinguished panelists. They are leaders in their respective fields who embody the theme of today's conversation, leveraging innovation for positive change. My first guest, or our first panelist for today, is the Chief Customer Officer for InterSwitch, Oremiye Aka. A round of applause. Oremiye Aka. Yes, please. Please, you get the mustard sit. It matches your shirt nicely, your outfit. You look really beautiful. Joining us as well is Dr. Gloria Edozian. She's the founder, inspired by Glory Academy, BGA. A round of applause. It's like we picked the right chairs because this one also matches your dresses. Also joining us, coming up on stage, is Miss Abiola Adediran. She is a partner, Jania Family Office Limited. A round of applause. And we made a mistake here. We're sorry. We're sorry about that one. And also coming up here, she's the CEO, United Capital Asset Management Limited, Dr. Odiri Ogini. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much. To join us here to be part of the panel discussion is Bisi Sotunde, Managing Director, BCB Events. She's on her way. All right. And lastly, the moderator for this panel. She's also a woman that I'm really excited to... please, allow me to introduce you. Please sit down. God bless you. Thank you. Don't be shy. That's what we're talking about 10 seconds ago. Own your stuff. Okay? Let me do the honors. Can you? All right, thank you. The co-founder and deputy CEO, 715 Capital Limited, Adesu Abelu Osage. She's the moderator for this panel. Please go ahead. So now I'll just hand over to our moderator to lead this enlightening discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Good afternoon, everyone, and a warm welcome. I'm delighted to be moderating this panel discussion today. Our discussion will explore from a female lens and based on female perspectives how innovation fuels positive change and generates lasting impact. Beyond this, our discussion will highlight some of the challenges faced by women in business, and our esteemed panelists will share insights on overcoming or mitigating these challenges, along with valuable guidance on financial planning and personal branding, as well as practical steps for turning inspiration into action by using technology, network, and strategic thinking to advance in business and career. As you'll have heard from our lovely host and Ms. Linda, the conference is brought to you by BusinessDay and InterSwitch. So thanks a bunch to them for this. And it's a celebration of International Women's Day and seeks to showcase innovation, leadership, and the power of action in driving forward positive changes for women. I will start by permitting each of our esteemed panelists, who are all highly accomplished women in business, to please share with us a little bit to start off about their professional backgrounds, areas of expertise and interest, and about their current roles. Thank you so much. I think it might be easiest if we go left to right across the panel. Thank you.
Hello. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Dr. Odiri Ogini. I'm the CEO of United Capital Asset Management. It's an investment management firm. My background is actually in finance. I'm a chartered accountant. I started in an audit firm for about 2 years, roughly, before I went into the industry, the investment industry. Along the line, I wrote the CFA exam. And today I'm currently also the vice president of the CFA Society in Nigeria. So along the line, I wrote the CFA exam, but my career has largely been focused on finance, accounting. I became the group CFO of United Capital PLC about 8 years ago. I was 33 years then. 15 months after, I was called to lead the asset management business, and I recall one of the statements that was made in the boardroom when the decision was made when I was not there was she has a CFA, let her go and do the job. So what that meant for me was he opened a door for me that would not have been possible if I didn't have that. So that's how I transitioned from being a CFO to being a CEO, and this is my 7th year as the CEO of United Capital Asset Management. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I see beautiful faces. Lovely to be here. My name is Abiola Adediron. I'm a partner at Genia Family Office. Genia Family Office is an independent multi-family office that is set up to provide private wealth management solutions and legacy planning solutions to ultra-high net worth individuals and family businesses. So essentially what I have said in that long sentence is that we handle money. We make money, we multiply money, and we make sure that that money transitions to the next generation. That's what we're about, right? And this is something I'm really very, very passionate about because I'm a Christian and I believe that God is a God of generations. For those of you that are Christians, I'm sure you've read in your Bible where you hear God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So meaning that God himself is interested in generations. And so I'm passionate. And because I've also seen on the African continent that it seems like wealth really disappears after the first generation. I don't know how many of you have seen businesses that have been around for about 100 years and have been privileged to see businesses outside of Africa, in Europe, in Asia, that have been around for 16 generations and more. So you can imagine how many years those businesses have been around. So that's the fuel, that's the passion, that's the mission that we are on about at Genia, to ensure that successful family businesses don't die when their founders leave the scene. That we have many more businesses that can transition from one generation to the other, and the businesses that we all enjoy their products, we continue to enjoy them, and they also continue to be relevant. So a bit to me, in terms of my background, I started out in investment banking. I had a stint there because, of course, I've always liked big things. So things like deal structuring, just structuring deals and making money move. Just, I love those kind of things. So I started out in investment banking, but then I went into consulting, I think about a year after, because I also wanted to understand the financial services properly. I kind of felt like consulting would give me an opportunity to be able to go round the financial services without necessarily working in just one. So I went into audit specifically, but in financial services. So I got to audit banks, insurance companies, asset management companies, pension, just name them. I audited most of the major banks that you know, your Zenith, GT, Access, those were my clients. And that gave me an opportunity to really fully understand the financial services very well. At the age of 32, I was headhunted to lead the consolidation of a financial conglomerate, if I may call it that, right? And my job at the time was to go set up a holding company to manage about 16 subsidiaries. And so that was how I stepped into the role of a group CFO, right, at the time. And of course, that journey then also led me to set up and work with, of course, the team within the ecosystem to set up a single family office for the promoters of this business. And that was my foray into family office. Essentially, what I do today for multiple families actually started there, where I was able to create value and 10x, the portfolio that was handed to me in 2026 by the time I was living in 2022. Today, I work with multiple families in Nigeria and, in fact, Africa. And what I do basically is I help them to grow their wealth, but not just grow their wealth, to preserve it and necessarily ensure that their wealth is multi-generational. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. How do you introduce yourself after that? I was just like, keep talking, 10x, all of that. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Gloria Edozian. My background, today, people know me as a LinkedIn visibility and thought leadership expert. My focus is on helping women to see themselves so that other people can see them and they can attract the opportunities they want. But it didn't always start out that way. I was someone who, believe it or not, I was someone who wasn't very confident, someone who, just despised her natural giftings. And I went through a process, I would say a process of pruning, to actually see myself. And that made me convinced that women hold so many capabilities, but because of what the messages that the world gives you, you don't see yourself. And you constantly hate on yourself, you want to be like other people, and at the end of the day, you don't reach your true potential. And that's how I really started my business. My background initially is in real estate and environmental planning. So I actually have a PhD in that. I was doing that job when I was doing, because I went from first degree to second degree, first degree to master's to PhD in 9 years, with hardly a year's break in between. And honestly, by the time I was done with my PhD, the only thing I wanted to do was make money. So when people were saying, oh, go and become a research fellow, I said, God forbid. I want to go and make money. So I got this job, I was making good money, I was like my mates, but I was so unhappy. I'd never seen that kind of thing before, like somebody saw for me. You wanted PhD, you got the PhD. You now say you don't want to do research again, you want to go and make money. You want to make money, you're not happy. And I was doing the job, I was great at my job, but I just wasn't fulfilled. And I kept asking myself, is this it? So you just get up, go to school, make money, marry, have children, and die. Like, is this the trajectory of life? And so I started saying to myself, like, okay, let me find women that are doing things that are inspiring. This is how Inspired by Glory came about. I actually never wanted to have a business with my name in it because it sounded very gothic, like Chuka and Sons. I actually never wanted to have a business with my name in it. I'm in Botu now, right? I just never wanted, but I started this series. I said, okay, so I would meet women that were inspiring me, and I said, okay, maybe I can get close to her, find out how she's managing to live this life that is just off the grain. And then I said to myself, maybe other people would like to learn too. So in those days, this is 2013, 2014, I started a YouTube talk show called Inspire Series. And from there, I said, okay, I'm going to quit my job. This is what I want to do full time. Very foolish. I was earning money, and I thought, okay, I will go and be selling inspiration. And of course, nobody bought. Because we were like, I don't understand. I go to church for that. Like, I don't need you to inspire me. So I remember my very first event, I was going to talk about confidence. And so I put up this flyer, and I wrote this emotional story. And Instagram had just come out then. And everybody was commenting, oh my God, Gloria, you're doing such a good job. And I was feeling really it. And this event was 10K for people to attend. Nobody paid. Nobody. And the only person that paid said she would pay 5,000, and she'll come and help me with with registration. I had to refund her 5,000 when nobody else. I didn't see the remaining 9 people because I wanted 10 people. And so that really began my journey of introspection. What do I have that people want? How do I build a brand that I want to be known for, that actually helps people? And here I am today.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. So this is my office. So I work at InterSwitch, and I have worked at InterSwitch for 22 years. I joined InterSwitch straight out of school. Yeah, so I actually joined before we had a name. We're just a project concept. And my mother was like, people make 2-1 in engineering, you go to oil company. Where do you work? I was like, we're going to use ATM to make people withdraw card. My mother looked at me. She now said, after your NYC, you will leave there, Abi? Because she was so sure this was not okay. And then I remember once I went for NYC CD when other coppers come. And people say, why are you serving? UBA, why are you serving? MTN. MTN just came. Where are you serving? I said, InterSwitch. What's that? Hey, I said, God, my village people. I said, we're going to help people use ATM. Use card. So they can withdraw money. They looked at me and said, is it like a cyber cafe? Because I was already embarrassed. I just said, yes, it's a cyber cafe. I quickly collected my CD document and went with my shame. So I joined InterSwitch when it was very ambiguous. I mean, what were we trying to do? But what led me here was actually serendipity. So I graduated, everybody was I studied electrical and electronics, engineering. Everybody in engineering is looking for Shell, Chevron, Schlum. I didn't want to be a number. I wanted to make impact. And So I said, you know what, let me look for. So then someone had met someone before, told me to one fair man that happened to Mitchell. And I said, okay, so they're starting a project. Why not talk to him? That's how I got. And I served. I started as an engineer, did implementation. Remember when UBA's first ATM went live? It was like, my gosh, we had gone to the moon, come back. It was a big deal. You know, there was newspaper. I don't know if it was BusinessDay at the time, but there were newspaper saying ATM, you know. So I did implementation for a while, moved on. I oversaw operations at the time were just 3 people. It's not like what we have in the building 6. So InterSwitch is on this street, if you didn't know. This is one of our buildings. We have, I think, 10 buildings on this street. One of the buildings is operations. At the time, it was just 2 people in operations. So I oversaw that for a bit. I started training in InterSwitch. We have a training arm now that's a full business. I was the first country manager for Verve when we wanted to start Verve as a proper card scheme. Then we just had 5% market share. Today we are the leading domestic card brand in Nigeria. And for us, Verve is not just a card. Verve is a statement that Africans can. Verve is a statement that Africans must solve their own problems. There were already card schemes out there that had deeper pockets than we did in currencies that we could not even touch. But there is always a place for real innovation in Africa. And that for us is why InterSwitch is. After that, I did operations, but right now I'm overseeing customer experience. Yep. So happy to be here today and happy to share and happy to learn. Dr. Glory, we'll talk of her later. But I think most of us have been her students, you know, so it's great to be on this panel. Thanks.
I'll just take the time now to welcome Ms. Shotunde. And we started off by me asking each of the panelists to please just give an introduction to herself, you know, sharing a little bit about your professional background, your areas of expertise and interest, and your current position, please. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. My name is Bisi Shotunde, and I'm the lead planner at BZB Events Nigeria. BZB is a full-service event planning and management company based here in Lagos. We've been running this for the last 15 years now, where we plan and manage both corporate and social events. But the business has evolved. It has grown from just planning events to also now training and mentoring people in the areas of event planning, event decorations. We also run conference where we call the BZB Event Business Summit. Is a conference we do once every year where we bridge the gap. We bring event professionals, talk about business challenges, talk about how we can get better. And by virtue of that summit, we have also extended into a community. So I run a community called the Well Watered Garden Tribe. It's a community of over 500 event professionals cut across Nigeria and in the diaspora. And we've been running this for the last 8 years now. And in that community, all we promote is healthy collaborations within the event industry, job recommendations. We go for trainings both locally and internationally. And it's just been amazing. In the last 15 years, I've grown from, so I started my business as an usher, or I started being in the industry as an usher in 2007. And the usher of those days, 2007, right now has evolved. I'm now an industry leader. I run several businesses within the ecosystem of the events. I train, I mentor, I speak, and I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to share my knowledge and my growth as an entrepreneur. I studied chemical engineering, but I'm doing events right now full-time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, before we get into our discussion properly, I was asked to give a brief introduction of myself and my background. I'm a Harvard alum and a lawyer. I qualified in England and Nigeria. I practiced corporate private equity law in England for a couple of years. And currently, I'm the deputy CEO and a co-founder of 715 Capital, which is a real estate development and investment firm. It's headquartered in Abuja, but expanding to Lagos. I'm also CEO of our sister company, which is focused on hospitality, called Husk Collection. We recently launched our first boutique hotel in Maitama, Abuja, called Clay House. Thank you. I chair our philanthropic foundation, the 715 Foundation, and I serve as a non-executive director of the pensions company, PAL Pensions. So thank you so much for having me as a moderator today. The first area of discussion I had wanted to focus on is transforming landscapes and how innovation is transforming financial and business landscapes for women, in particular in light of the challenges experienced by women in business. I thought first about financial inclusion and accessibility. And this is an area that, despite challenges, has certainly improved in the past several years, and much of that has been due to innovation in digital payments. So I wanted to start by asking Ms. Aka about how she felt, the innovation in digital payments have transformed accessibility, financial accessibility and inclusion, in particular for women in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is, how do I perceive innovation in digital payments to have improved accessibility, specifically for women? Why this is very relevant to us is because in Africa, and I like to talk from an Africa context because clearly I'm African. In Africa, we have a major challenge, and the challenge is the infrastructure gap. It's very real. So there's this cliche term of leapfrogging. But in Africa, it's so important because it's really what you have to do. When you look at numbers, people that have access, now access is the ability to reach and get what you are reaching for. We have real gaps. One, there is knowledge access. Knowledge, there's the gap in knowledge. A lot of people don't know what is available. And when you don't know what's available, you can't reach out. There's the confidence gap, which again, a lot of women tend to suffer a lot from. Again, it's more major in Africa because you talk of education is not as high as in other continents. So typically, people are not very enlightened. People may not averagely. So we are sitting in this room, but we are not the majority, guys. We are the minority. A lot of people don't have access to knowledge, don't have access to know what's out there. So one of the things that technology has done that no other industry was able to do is say people may not have access to school. They may not have access to a bank, but they have a phone. They have press. They have Not 9 Not. They have not 9 Not. They have Palasa, right? Nokia 3310. It was able to enter where education could not enter. It was able to enter where so this thing, therefore, a phone is not just a nice to have. It is a channel of access in Africa, and very important. So therefore, when we now come to the space of innovation, being able to take that thing that has been able to penetrate where others could not penetrate and being able to use it for many other things is very important. And that is why when it comes to payments, if you are discussing payments, again, looking at the social economic pyramid, the way you will talk of payments to a high net worth individual, your customers that are dealing in millions, it's not the same way you talk to it for the people at the bottom of the pyramid. Why it is important to talk about it for the people at the bottom of the pyramid? Because that is sometimes 70% of your population. So it becomes very important so that you can not just have a few customers that are profitable, but you can really solve problems. Again, I'm going back, InterSwitch, our purpose is to inspire Africa to greatness. So if we are not doing anything that is scaling or that is meeting people at every sector, we are not doing well. So I'll summarize by saying I see technology as being that thing, that tool that has been able to penetrate where others couldn't. So now we are able to reach people and give one information. There are people offering micro loans, right? Secluded. She's a friend, and I see what they are doing. And I mean, someone is able in my church. A lady was able to access ₦1 million, and even though her interest was close to what the banks were doing, no bank was ready to give it to her. Go and bring your father's house. Go and bring your dead uncle's finger as a collateral. But she was able to get it from She Included. How did she know? Because she was able, technology has now made it, information was able to reach her. She knows, she was able to take the loan, she can do more. So that is what innovation has done. It has brought access to where we couldn't get to before. It's doing a lot for children. And when I talk of children, I'm talking of female children as well, that some places they can't go to school. But now there are places where you can see education curricula be delivered on those press Palasa phones, and people are reading, people are learning. So there is so much that has happened. There's so much more that can happen. We have our work cut out for us, guys, in Africa. So much to do, but technology has definitely paved the way. I hope I responded properly.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Aka. Ms. Shotunde, I wanted to turn to another area of business, so the events management industry. We've heard now from Ms. Aka about the impact in the sort of digital payment space, with financial accessibility and inclusion. Have you seen any developments due to innovation in the events management industry, or an impact for events professionals? Has there been some sort of impact in the growth of the industry, or helping to solve certain challenges, perhaps?
Okay, so yes. So first of all, I like the angle which she came from in terms of the use of mobile phone. And in events these days, especially for event planners.
You are watching Business Day Television.
It was already accepted that the Bank of England decision on rates is a secondary risk event compared to next week's spring budget, where the Chancellor has to convince stakeholders that her plan to hit benefits to balance the books is a good one. In South Africa, a similar challenge to push higher VAT in stages to expand fiscal space is also proving a tough act to sell, and of far more interest than the Reserve Bank moves. Still, central bankers, and rightly so, change the topic by focusing on uncertainties in the external front driven by a new sheriff in the White House. No surprises that both the Bank of England, Monetary Policy Committee, and South Africa Reserve Bank, just like the US FOMC, have all adopted a wait-and-see stance to get better clarity on implications of global trade and fiscal policy shifts before deciding to move on benchmark rates. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we analyze the main business stories. Today we look in more detail at two central bank decisions made yesterday in England and in South Africa. In the UK, the Bank of England's decision yesterday to hold rates was not unanimous, with Monetary Policy Committee member Swati Dhingra wanting a 25 basis points rate cut. The Bank of England reiterated that a gradual and careful approach to policy restraint remains appropriate, adding that domestic wage pressures remain elevated, though they are moderating. Labor costs have driven higher non-energy goods prices, and we've also seen weak economic growth. Earlier in the day, we had the Office for National Statistics reporting the ILO unemployment rate at 4.4%, as was expected. Average earnings, excluding bonuses, a major driver of high inflation in the services sector, rose in line with estimates and the former release of 5.9%. As business owners freeze hiring amid dissatisfaction over the UK government's decision to increase employers' contributions to social security schemes, we can expect wage growth momentum softening and employment growth also slowing in the near term. The big question is what will be in the spring statement next week, Wednesday. Rachel Reeves previously ruled out further tax rises, but she still faces difficult choices in a sagging economy and tougher external context full of uncertainties and risks. Already revealed are plans for major changes to the benefit system aimed at generating savings of £5 billion a year. Other government department budget cuts will be announced, and much of international aid funding will be reallocated to defense after a decision to increase defense spending to 2.5% of national income by 2027. But let's move on to South Africa, where analysts are watching how the finance minister will juggle a huge resistance on plans to raise VAT as critics call for more cuts on waste. Lesetia Nyanyago, the South Africa Reserve Bank governor, also warned in his speech yesterday that South Africa is vulnerable to the US suspending any trade concessions to South Africa as provided in the AGOA Act, that's Africa Growth Opportunity Act or AGOA Act, which is not likely to get any new traction. But let's hear more from the governor as he explains the reason for the hold decision, which seems to align with the wait and see mode taken by other economists trying to digest all the uncertainty.
Inflation in advanced economies remains elevated, with both headline and core inflation above 2% in the United States, the Euro area, the United Kingdom, and even Japan. Turning to South Africa, growth picked up in the fourth quarter of last year. As expected, the uptick was led by the household sector, boosted by lower inflation and withdrawals from the two-pot pension system. That said, the overall growth picture was disappointing, with other sectors showing weakness. Growth for 2025 was 0.6%, marginally below our expectations and slightly worse than in 2023. We have now revised down our 2025 growth forecast slightly to 1.7% while leaving the outer years unchanged. We attribute lower growth partly to subdued demand and partly to lingering supply fragilities. We assess that the risks to growth are to the downside. Moving to prices, while inflation is still in the bottom half of our target range, it has edged higher over the past few months. We continue to see low inflation for goods, which is likely to be temporary. Services inflation is somewhat higher, but still below the 4.5% target midpoint. Inflation expectations are close to the midpoint. For now, inflation appears contained. In terms of the outlook, the current forecast had more moving parts than usual, including a reweighting of the Consumer Price Index by Statistics South Africa and the proposed value-added tax increases announced in the budget. We have also adjusted assumptions such as the oil price to reflect shifts in global markets. The overall result of these changes is a marginally lower inflation outlook, with headline now projected at 3.6% this year and 4.5% next year. This is mainly due to the better fuel price projections. It also reflects a more benign path for administered prices, given the lower electricity tariffs announced by NERSA in February. These factors offset pressure from the proposed VAT increases, which we think will add about 0.2 percentage points to headline inflation. We see risks to this forecast on both the upside and the downside, with the balance of risks in the medium term skewed to the upside. Against this backdrop, the MPC decided to keep the policy rate unchanged at 7.5%. 4 members preferred this action, while 2 favored a cut of 25 basis points. For several quarters, we have enjoyed rising confidence in South Africa, with a smaller country risk premium and lower bond yields. However, the global economy is not on a stable footing and there are also domestic uncertainties which put these favorable trends at risk. This calls for a cautious approach to policy. As before, the forecasts rates stabilizing at a neutral level of about 7.25%. This rate path from the quarterly projection model remains a broad policy guide. The MPC would like to emphasize that its decisions will be made on a meeting-by-meeting basis and will continue to be outlook-dependent, responsive to data developments, and sensitive to the balance of risks to the forecast. Given the uncertain global situation, the MPC spent some time during this meeting exploring different external scenarios. For one, we considered a slowdown in the US with a weaker dollar and higher commodity prices, especially for gold. This implied some modest benefits for the South African economy, given better terms of trade and a stronger rand. Both inflation and the policy rate were therefore a little lower relative to the baseline forecast. We also explored scenarios we built around changes in South Africa's access to markets in the US. If South Africa were to lose AGOA benefits, we see some weakening of exports and slightly lower growth. If that were compounded with tariffs on South African exports, the effects would be larger. The most severe scenario we considered added a sentiment shock with a weaker rand, higher domestic inflation, and therefore a tighter policy stance. In this case, growth would be lower by 0.7 percentage points, with the exchange rate depreciation offsetting some of the tariff effects on exports. In a difficult global environment, it is vital to sustain domestic reforms that boost growth while preserving macroeconomic stability. The MPC's main contribution is to deliver low and stable inflation with well-anchored inflation expectations. The committee remains vigilant and ready to adjust policy as needed. Additional measures that would improve economic conditions include reaching a prudent public debt level, further repairing and strengthening network industries, lowering administered price inflation, and keeping real wage growth in line with productivity gains.
After a short US Fed rally, it was more volatility driven by the uncertainty still weighing on equities, as a mixture of buying dips and caution saw the S&P 500 lower yesterday. Dow was down. The Nasdaq Composite fell 0.3% as Apple shares sank. Meta and Nvidia, however, saw their stocks each rising almost 1%. And Donald Trump has signed an executive order directing the Education Secretary to begin dismantling America's Department of Education. The order stops short of abolishing it, which would require congressional approval. Trump says a decentralization of the spending to the states, which cuts out bureaucracy, works better for education in the U.S. Executives in the European Union are postponing until mid-April a set of retaliatory tariffs on U.S. products, including on bourbon whiskies. The Commission said it wanted more time to consult governments and to allow all countermeasures. The first set, which was due to come into force on the 1st of April, and the second scheduled for mid-April, to be assessed altogether. Accenture has warned yesterday that Elon Musk's efforts to slash government spending have started to affect its revenues, also highlighting threats from global economic uncertainty. New work for the US government, which accounted for about 8% of its $16.7 billion in global revenue in the last quarter, has slowed sharply after the new administration took office in January. Some self-disclosure, I retired as a director in Accenture, but Accenture is not a sponsor or has any influence on these broadcasts. Former Credit Suisse Chief Executive Tidjane Thiam has been relieved of his French citizenship, potentially clearing the way for his bid for the presidency of the world-leading cocoa producer, Ivory Coast. The elected leader of the opposition PDCI party in 2023, Thiam is expected to be a leading contender in the October election. The Heathrow Airport in London will be shut all day today after a fire caused significant power outage, throwing travel plans of hundreds of thousands of people into chaos. Asia Pacific markets closed mixed as Wall Street losses and uncertainty around the US economy continue to weigh on sentiment. Japan's core inflation hit 3.0% in February, signaling broadening pressure that reinforces market expectations of further interest rate hikes. Oil prices rose today, set for their second consecutive weekly gains after fresh US sanctions on Iran and a new OPEC Plus plan to cut output raised bets on tightening supply. Well, that's all on this episode of Global Business Insights. Enjoy your weekend. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello viewers, this is Social Listening here on BDTV and my name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we are here on the streets of Lagos to get thoughts on the major political controversy that erupted in the Senate House. The senator representing the Kogi State constituency, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, has accused the Senate President Godswill Akpabio of sexual harassment. And this is following a seating arrangement brouhaha that erupted earlier on. The fallout has been intense, leading to heated confrontations, disciplinary actions, and a 6-month suspension. But was justice truly served? Should this issue have been handled differently? Well, we are on the streets of Lagos to find out what the people have to say about this.
My opinion about the whole thing is that I think there's something fishy going on. If she was suspended just based on gross misconduct in the House, I've seen video clips of Senator Godswill Akpabio being extremely rude to the then Senate President Bukola Saraki. He was even pointing at Bukola Saraki, Senator Bukola Saraki, in a very derogatory way, and he wasn't suspended. In fact, there was no verdict. There was no panel put together to judge this matter. But in the case of Natasha, everything was hurriedly done. How long did the panel even have to delegate on a matter? The judgment was hastily done, and that shows that there is something that is fishy. There is something they're hiding. And it's a bit tricky and very sensitive. There are some things I would want to see on camera, but it wasn't a fair one. It wasn't a fair one at all.
In my own honest opinion, I feel like she wasn't given a fair hearing. At least if something like that occurs, you should at least try as much as possible to give our audience, let her speak everything that is inside of her mind. But I mean, just jumping the gun and suspending her is way overboard.
Me personally, it didn't actually go well with me because I felt it's against human rights. That's what I feel. Actually, she should have been here upon, and then investigation should have been made instead of just going on to suspend her. That's what I feel personally.
It is in fact too much and too harsh for her alleged crime. It's too much and too harsh.
It was too much. Why should she be suspended in the first place? What was our offense? I mean, what exactly did she do that has warranted her to be suspended? I mean, I feel like there are a whole lot of, maybe because she's a woman, I'm sorry that I'm saying this, but I feel like there's a lot of gender politics. And of recent, there's been lots of drama in Nigerian politics when it comes to women and whatever judgment or whatever impression or whatever impression that they're supposed to make of those people. The moment it is a woman, I feel like the whole impression is shaky. The judgment is also shaky.
It's too much, and not just being too much. To me, it's against human rights.
Yes, I strongly agree. I strongly think that women face some sort of subjugation in politics, not just in politics, even in the corporate world, corporate Nigeria. We experience it every day. And as a matter of fact, women are now taught how to communicate sensitive issues in order not to affect the opposite gender or to sound condescending in any way to them. So the treatment is not equal. It's never equal.
Yes, they do. Take, for example, the other senator. Is it Miranda that was asked to step down because of Obasa? Why they did that as well, I do not know. So, like I said, this gender issue, I think that is not going to encourage women to actively participate in politics. If women are in power, are in key positions in the society, I mean, they should be given that audience to operate in their full portfolio instead of trampling down on them with judgments, with this, with that, and the likes.
Of course. Looking at this situation, it's one of it. Of course, it's a way to silence her. That's why I said an investigation should have been made into the situation, because she said she have all the evidence. She have her evidence, just like our lawyer said, she have her evidence of what they call the allegation and all of that. So that's why I said an investigation is supposed to be made into the situation, and then get the full knowledge of what is actually going on, instead of just going on to suspend her.
Okay, personally, I would say that we should become more emotionally and socially intelligent, because the manner in which you present your case can determine the outcome of the results of your case. No matter how serious or how grave your perceived treatment was, the way you present it matters more than what was actually done. And that is what is happening to Natasha. She didn't undo it in a certain way, because according to what I read about the Senate House, they said some things are meant privately for the House and some things are not meant to be said publicly on the media. But Natasha did that. She violated those laws. And I guess that is why the whole thing is happening to her like that. I suspect there is a serious coup. There's a serious coup going on. But then I wouldn't want to say more than that.
Whatever solution that I think I'm going to proffer, this is Nigeria. Whatever it is, they will still find a way to shake women. So I feel like women staying away from politics is not going to solve the issue. So I feel like once we just have, like I said earlier, once we have women in power, let them operate in their full portfolio. If they operate in their full portfolio, if they have one or two issues, give them a fair airing. Not that we just come out from nowhere, trample upon this one, trample upon that. It will scare women from going out or coming out to participate and hold important offices in the society. That's just what I think.
I felt there shouldn't be silence. It's an indication that I don't know how to put it. Is it that they are a bit deprived of being to speak out? But I felt they should join hands together. They should, when situation like that comes, they should join hands together to ensure that they are not being put aside.
are watching Business Day Television. watching Business Day Television.
On today's show, we address the imbroglio regarding Dangote Refinery and the Naira for crude agreement with the NNPC. 2 days ago, Dangote Refinery announced that they were halting the sale of petrol to retailers in Naira. How are Nigerians affected? And where will we see petrol prices in the coming days in Nigeria? Welcome, this is Economy and Markets, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of markets and economic activity. I'm your host, David Olujimi. So let's get straight into the topic. The first mention of the Naira for crude deal was in May 2023, when the NNPC agreed to sell crude oil to modular refineries in Naira, as these refineries were battling with a lack of feedstock. However, this was not to be until September 2024, when the NMDPRA, that's the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Agency, and NNPCL agreed for Dangote Refinery to get crude oil in Naira. According to the technical subcommittee in charge of this Naira for crude sale, they said, and I'm going to read it from here, from October 1, NNPC will commence the supply of about 385,000 barrels per day of crude oil to the Dangote Refinery to be paid for in Naira. This deal was meant to last for 6 months, a period which will elapse at the end of March 2025. After the NNPC announced an end to the Naira for crude deal, Dangote Refinery has gone on to announce that it will stop the sale of petroleum products in Naira. According to its press release on March 19, this decision was going to change if the NNPC resumes crude for Naira sales. In the last paragraph, it was written there. To help provide further insight into this matter, we have Dr. Ayodele Uni, who is a partner at Bloomfield Law Practice and is an energy lawyer. Good morning, Dr. Ayo.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, so let's start with the basics. For viewers who are unfamiliar with this Naira for crude deal, can you briefly explain its purpose, please?
Okay, generally speaking, if you look at the Petroleum Industry Act, it states that you have an obligation to reserve a percentage of your crude, and there are other arrangements and guidelines set by the Commission and the authority respectively, particularly by the Upstream Commission. You are supposed to reserve a particular quantity of crude for domestic sale to refiners or refineries.
Okay.
Now, you then have to negotiate whether payment for that crude will be in Naira or will be in USD or some other currency. The Petroleum Industry Act does not mandate sale in either Naira or USD, but gives both parties the right to negotiate the currency for payment for crude. Now, government still owns the NNPC. It's now the NNPCL. It's now the company incorporated under the Companies and Other Matters Act, no longer a statutory corporation, so to speak. It's still not privatized, it's still owned by government. So people are mistaken when they say it's been privatized. It's just been largely commercialized and is now supposed to be like any other company, but still government owned. Now, government being the majority shareholder and directing the board, directed the NNPCL to sell crude, about 385,000 barrels to the NNPC in Naira. Now, it then means that to Dangote refineries, right? That NNPCL to sell about 385,000 barrels per day of crude to Dangote in Naira. It then means that it then meant at that time that Dangote will sell finished products, PMS, everything else that was finished product to marketers, fuel stations, independent major marketers in Naira. It then meant, and the effect of that is that it reduced the pressure on the Naira. Instead of people looking for USD to buy either crude, which is now buying in Naira, or to buy the finished product in dollars, or to import finished product, which meant that there was a lot of pressure on the naira. That's what the naira for crude arrangement is. They are buying crude, which is an international commodity and which normally is priced in dollars. You are buying it in the naira equivalent instead of buying it in USD, and that's what they were doing for Dangote until recently, when the agreement had challenges.
Okay, so Doctor, the technical subcommittee said they were going to supply 385,000 barrels per day to Dangote. But according to some reports, it's suggesting otherwise. Some reports says that crude sold in naira to Dangote accounts for just around 10% of Dangote crude supply. I don't know if you are familiar with some of these reports, and what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, it may appear to be the case because we've heard that, and I don't think the NNPC has come out to completely deny. They've explained in some cases, so it may not be that complete quantity as previously agreed, but I think that it's a part of it, and it should let that, at least that quantity, if it's sold locally, should be sold in naira. So I think that it may be the case. It may then be a breach of contract depending on what the contractual terms, which I haven't seen, are. That's much I'll be able to say on that because I haven't seen the contracts, and I do not know whether there are situations whether it's on the best or reasonable endeavors basis. You know, all those sort of arrangements you have in contracts. If it's on a reasonable endeavors basis and they don't have it, then they might not be able to sell more than 10-20%, whatever percentage of what they had agreed is.
Okay. So some critics argue that the naira for crude sale, basically selling crude oil in naira, was just a mistake. Some said it's distorting market dynamics. So what do you think? What are your thoughts?
It's neither here nor there, but if you want to look at it from the average Nigerian's perspective, it was a good thing for consumers because it allowed for a level of certainty, and it led to a situation where prices were even coming down instead of going up. Although in reality, and it improved the strength of the naira, right? That also ensured that we could buy it cheaper. Because if you continue to run after USD to buy crude or to buy finished product, it then meant that there'll be pressure on the naira and the value of the naira will go down. So if crude never increases, if it remains at $70, but $70 was, say, 7,000 before, $70 is now 8,000. Even though the price of crude doesn't change, we will pay more because the value of naira has gone down.
Yes.
So if the value of naira strengthens or had remained strong, the price may have continued to drop, you know. But because so that's a good thing. Now the other side is that it could distort the market in the sense that that's not the international currency with which everyone else is buying it. But that shouldn't be our problem. It should be Nigeria first, just the way the US is saying it's the US first. So I think it was still not a bad thing unless they didn't give that same opportunity to others. If other refiners too had the opportunity to buy a particular percentage similar to the percentage Dangote was buying in naira, then it would be fair. It would only have been a challenge, and I do not know if that's the case factually. If it was only Dangote that was buying it in naira, if other refiners weren't given the opportunity to do that. Otherwise, it was a brilliant program.
Okay, so now you made mention of other refiners, and reports show that basically this program for most refiners did not extend to them. That most of them have been operating way below capacity because they are unable to access crude. First of all, because nobody wants to sell crude to them. They are small, they don't have, and some of them are buying from third party at way higher premiums. I don't know if you've heard any of this news that smaller refineries, all these modular refineries we have, such as the Edo refinery and some of the other ones, except Aradale and Walter Smith, that have their own oil fields that they can get crude from. Don't you think? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
The question
Go
I
on,
wanted
go
to
on.
ask was why is it that can we attain self-sufficiency? Is it a problem? What's the market dynamics that such that modular refineries and even Dangote now cannot be able to access the crude in naira? What's the issue?
Okay, so the issue is one of timing.
Okay.
By the time we had the Petroleum Industry Act that obliged or mandated oil producers to reserve a particular quantity of crude, a lot of producers had already entered into forward sale agreements.
Okay.
Now, because they had entered into mid to long-term forward sale agreements, even with the PIA, they had already sort of created an obligation in relation to a large percentage of their crude. So regardless of that obligation under the PIA, many of them are struggling to meet that obligation. And because I do a lot of work and advisory for upstream companies, I have had to even provide advice and options and structures for some of these companies. So I know it's a challenge because many of them already have forward sale and such other similar arrangements. So the PIA came a bit too late, but it's a matter of time. With time, when these contracts begin to expire, then those obligations properly kick in. One. Two, if we produce sufficiently, all of these actions government has been taking until very recently, where we had issues with the Trans-Niger pipeline, a lot of our export terminals were working well. Those export pipelines could evacuate petroleum products or evacuate crude too. So if we produce sufficiently, and it's good the government has approved the Renaissance Shell deal, the Seplat Exxon deal, the Chapel Total deals, because this then means that the new guys are going to put in a lot into producing more. Once you set, you don't want to continue to expend capex on that asset, right?
Yes.
So once Total, Shell, Exxon decided to sell, they weren't going to spend money. So you see that, for example, Seplat reported recently that its production had increased by 11%. So if with these activities, I expect in the next few months, we'll ramp up production, issues around damage and the fact that the government stepped in to also avoid major crisis in Rivers State was also a good idea. We can debate whether the National Assembly did what was right through a voice vote and all of those other issues. But in terms of stepping in to ensure that there was no crisis, was a good thing because it then would have affected oil production in Rivers, which is a major producer. So I think that with time, we will get there. As long as all of these actions, these positive actions continue, we don't slow down, we don't rest on our oars. Government continues to push, make the right policies, ensures that policies are not just in paper, they are implemented. All of this will ensure that we can ramp up production and there can be more crude available both for export and for domestic use because of the obligation to reserve some for domestic use. So it's actually a good thing that we have a number of refineries and one commercial arrangement, and it's not that easy, that many of the smaller refineries may consider is to buy marginal fields so that they can integrate their operations, right?
Yes.
Because if they integrate their operations, you then have production upstream, midstream transportation and refining, and then you decide what you want to do downstream. There's enough demand as it were. It's just that we need to be able to produce more, to be able to meet both domestic demand and to be able to export. And like I said, some of these forward sale agreements, some will terminate in 3 years, some in 5 years, some even sooner. So that will also free up and people are able to better fulfill their domestic supply obligation. And I think the regulator should now better look at, supervise these contracts, know when they terminate, so that at the time they terminate, guys who couldn't fulfill their domestic supply obligation can then better fulfill those obligations because those contracts that were preventing them have now terminated.
Okay, so how do you think now the question is about this arrangement and the naira. Like you said earlier, we know that the arrangement has helped to strengthen our naira in a way. So how do you think that ending this arrangement will affect Nigeria's foreign reserves, basically, and the CBN's efforts to stabilize the naira? Because now we know that, okay, if it goes as is all saying, because we are still not at the end of March, and what Dangote is saying and what NNPC is saying is everything is ending at the end of March. Let's say they are not able to come to a deal by the end of March. Don't you think there's going to be like this rush for USD even for domestic use in Nigeria, and somehow
Oh
it's going
yes,
to affect
yes, it's going to lead to pressure on the naira and
Okay.
may adversely affect the naira, because people are then going to need to run after USD to buy finished products. Although you could debate that the impact may be marginal, because even prior to this time, Dangote was said, reports suggest that Dangote may buy a substantial part of his crude in USD.
Yes.
The only thing is that finished products are more expensive than the crude itself. So if we have to look for more dollars to buy finished products, it means we will have to look for more dollars than having to look for dollars to buy crude. So it's better to maybe look for dollars to buy crude than to look for dollars to buy finished products, because you're going to be looking for more USD to buy finished products because it's more expensive. Value has been added and it makes it more expensive. And the fact that, so that's a problem. Especially if he now has to start importing crude, it means that its cost would increase and the price of finished products too would increase. And at the pumps, we may lose some of the gains, the recent gains, the reduction to around that 800 naira. Already, the prices have gone up again, or have started going up after the initial reduction. So it's critical that this be resolved so that prices are reasonable, its cost doesn't substantially increase, and consumers don't bear the brunt. Because at the end of the day, all of these things are passed down to consumers. When prices go up, consumers will pay more ultimately.
So one thing, my understanding of the oil industry basically is that Dangote buys the Nigerian crude at a premium to WTI, which is the American crude that he's majorly relying on. He's buying from Angola here, and he's buying from Algeria, and he's also but America has been like a major source. But Nigerian crude is at a premium. So if he has to buy let's say now, don't you think it's a better move for him to just rely on imported crude, considering the fact that the premium between the WTI and Nigerian crude is, let's say, is it $3 or $4? I'm not so sure.
Yes. So when you speak to the US crude, you speak to the Western Texas Intermediate.
Yeah.
Now that's WTI. Yes. So if he's buying, because all crude grades are different. Our crude is sweet crude.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Bonny Light, all of that is sweet crude because it's very low in sulfur, and the cost of refining is lesser than if you bought that had more sulfur that wasn't sweet. So I believe that the reason why ours is slightly more expensive, and if you check the international market, it's more expensive, is because it's sweet crude, right? That said, if he's buying the same grade of crude more expensive in Nigeria, it may make sense for him to import instead. However, you also have to take into consideration the total cost of import, because there's shipping, there's haulage, there's insurance, there's STS, ship to ship. If all those still make it more expensive than buying from Nigeria, then it's still better off buying from Nigeria. So it's not just, you can't look at the base cost of crude alone. You have to look at other factors if you're going to ship it into Nigeria. If ultimately it's cheaper, then even I as a businessman would rather import, right? If it's cheaper, rather than buy locally. So that's an issue. So it's something the government needs to investigate properly, particularly the authority. Petroleum Regulatory Authority needs to look at those issues adequately.
Okay, so finally, this is a very important question for me, because it seems like at this rate, despite all the efforts made, but it seems like there's one thing that we just seem to elude Nigeria, which is self-sufficiency in petrol supply, PMS supply. We're at the point where we felt like, oh, Nigeria is going to become probably a net exporter of PMS, but the way we are going, it seems like the forces are against there are forces that are just not acting in the favor of Nigeria not importing petrol. What do you think, sir?
Okay, I've heard people say that if someone explains Nigeria to you and you understand, they've not explained it well. And it's a joke, people say that joke. So at times, things just don't seem to work the way they ought to work. Um, and because this is historical, it will be a difficult thing to change overnight. I think this government is doing quite a bit to ensure that there's progress in particularly the oil and gas industry. I think much more just needs to be done, and we need to keep we must not rest on our oars. And I agree with you that we should be a net exporter of petroleum products. And I don't think that importing crude means you won't be a net exporter. Many countries that have refineries do not necessarily have crude, right? And we still end up buying from them, or we do our swap, give them crude and they give us finished product. So the fact that we don't have sufficient quantity of crude because we've entered into agreements um, doesn't mean we cannot be a net exporter. As long as Dangote is able to get crude from elsewhere, he's able to refine and then export. It's not, you can't put crude in your car, you can't put crude in your machinery. You still need to refine. So as long as he's able to get crude, whether from Nigeria, whether other means, we can still be a net exporter. And these other refineries too can still be net exporters once they can have commercial arrangements that ensure that they get their crude. So I don't think that prevents us from being a net exporter of petroleum products.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ayo. Thank you so much. And that's all we can take on the show for today. Thank you, viewers, for your time. This is Economy and Markets on Business Day TV. See you on Wednesday next week. Have a lovely weekend.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. Supreme Court reinstates Anyanwu as National Secretary. Petrol price to near 900 naira per litre after Iran sanctions. London Heathrow closed Friday as fire causes major power outage, flights diverted. Sudan Army retakes presidential palace as Khartoum battle rages. Eagles ready to work with new coach, says Ekong. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Supreme Court has on Friday reinstated Senator Samuel Anyanwu as the Secretary of the People's Democratic Party. The Apex Court, in an unanimous judgment of a 5-member panel, revealed that the matters bordering on the leadership or membership of a political party is its internal affair and should not be the business of a court. The court proceeded to set aside the decision of the Appeal Court Enugu Division, which on 20th of December affirmed the removal of Anyanwu by a Federal High Court in Enugu. The court held that the Federal High Court lacked jurisdiction to hear the matter instituted by Anyanwu Emmanuel. Moving on, Nigeria is bracing for a hike in petrol prices, with projections indicating that the cost per litre could soar to nearly 900 naira. This development comes in the wake of new sanctions imposed by the United States on Iran, which have disrupted global oil supplies, triggering a sharp increase in international crude oil prices. Brent crude futures on Thursday, the 20th of March, were up by 97 cents to $71.75 a barrel, having gained more than $1 during the session. The United States Treasury Department website showed that the United States on Thursday issued new Iran-related sanctions targeting one individual and several entities, including a Chinese teapot oil refinery, for purchasing and processing Iranian crude oil. Still on, flights around the world have been disrupted after the shutdown of Heathrow Airport due to a fire at a nearby electrical substation. The United Kingdom's business airport revealed that it was experiencing significant disruption after the blaze at North Hyde substation in Hayes, West London. According to the tracking website Flight Trader 24, over 1,300 flights have been affected, with passengers being told not to travel through the airport until further notice. Energy Secretary, in an interview today, March 21st, revealed that the substation's backup generator appears to have been knocked out. And on the foreign scene, Sudan's army has announced that its fighters have entered the presidential palace in the center of Khartoum. In recent weeks, the army has stepped up its campaign against the rival Rapid Support Forces in the city, which it lost at the start of the war in 2023. According to reports, reclaiming Khartoum will be a huge victory for the army and a pivotal moment in the conflict. However, the RSF still controls large parts of the country, including much of the west. According to the United Nations, the 2-year civil war has caused the world's largest humanitarian crisis. Now, to end the news, Super Eagles captain William Troost Ekong has revealed that the players are eager to work with their new coach. Eric Chell, as the team begins a new journey towards the Franco-Malian tactician with the 2026 World Cup qualifying match against Rwanda in Kigali today, March 21st. Following his appointment in January, Chell will lead the team for the first time against the Rwandans with the hope of reviving the team's ill-fated 2026 World Cup qualifying campaign. Chell and his 23-man squad for this Windows match have had 3 days of training in the Rwandan capital, and Ekong believes the players understand the task of easing the pressure on the coach and the team. These are the top headlines on BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
this is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Their stories remind us that when women innovate,
An entire society
to take care of money matters. But you and I know that there have been women that their husbands, just out of the blues, died or lost their jobs or their source of income. And now it's back to you, the woman, who has not been empowered. Now, I would say that things are changing because, in the last maybe 5-10 years, of course, with the rise of technology and all of that, a lot more women are beginning to become more aware. And I would say that we're still on a journey, we're not yet there. Because now, even me, I have taken it upon myself. It's now a personal mission. I just finished a 21 days wealth building challenge. And a lot of the people there were not wealthy people. They are people that are interested in building wealth, but need to understand how, right? So it's now my personal mission to leverage education to get people to change their mindset. Interestingly, I had a session with a couple of them that have been part of the program, today, just to understand what their feedback has been. What I kept hearing was, oh my God, it was an awakening. It was a mindset change. It was a this, it was a that. So it just goes back to tell me that, yes, there is innovation that is happening because people now have access to more information. People are now on social media. There is a wave of personal finance coaches on social media as well. While that can be good or bad in terms of being able to decipher who really knows their stuff and you can really take advice from, I think it also just democratizes information, really. On YouTube now, you can learn about just about anything. How to invest in the stock market, how to buy foreign stocks, how to put your money in trickles and build wealth. So I would say that social media has definitely made it possible for women now to have access to more information. I would also say that even access to, like Aka said, in terms of your access to information through your phones. All the banks now have apps. All fintech, companies have apps. So you don't even have an excuse right now. Gone are the days where you would tell yourself, oh, it's because the bank is far from me, or I don't have time to go to the bank. Like, literally on your phone, you can invest, you can save, you can buy stocks, you can learn, not just save. On Piggy Bank, on PiggyVest, right? If you go on their apps, they would even suggest things to you. They will educate you. Bamboo apps, and there are many of them. I've just, picked a few. There are many of them that are in the market right now that will teach you before they tell you what to invest in. So you don't even necessarily have to get a personal finance coach in form of a human being per se. So there are now platforms that are also democratizing financial literacy, financial education. And I can only hope that this will continue to reach as many people as possible.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Ogini, given your experience and role in asset management, it would be really interesting to hear whether the points that the other panelists have made about some of the challenges resonate with you and your perspective in the asset management space. What challenges a woman might face entering into the asset management industry, in Nigeria right now. Are there any specific challenges or unique perspectives that you feel the other panelists perhaps haven't highlighted at this point, and some innovative ways in which one could deal with them?
All right, thank you very much for that question. So there is I won't say a thin line, but asset management and wealth management, they coexist together. So in asset management or investment management, basically what we do is to create products for people who don't have the capacity. So she talks a lot about HNI, ultra HNI. But there are people who don't have the capacity to play in the stock market. They don't have the capacity to buy the treasury bill. If you want to buy a treasury bill today, you need a minimum of 50 million naira. If you want to buy Euro bonds, you need a minimum of $250,000. So what the asset manager has done is to create investment products, what we call mutual funds, such that with your $100, with your 1,000 naira, you are able to access those products that are very ideal for the ultra HNI that they collect, and then you get, to a large extent, almost similar returns that they are getting. So one of the major innovations we've seen in the investment management space is really the concept of mutual funds. And mutual funds basically mean that you pool funds together from a number of investors, and then you invest in certain instruments. Now, for us, we are also very particular about the way women see investment products. So in 2017, we launched what we call Wealth for Women Fund. It's a mutual fund, but it was strictly dedicated for women. And the concept is this: women, we save, and we save a lot. But when it comes to investing, when it comes to taking risk, we shy away from it. And so the idea for that fund was, how can women begin to save as little as 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira for a long-term objective like retirement? Because what we've seen over the years is that, women tend to live longer than men, at least an average of 5 to 7 years. And so you might be working and earning, but at the end of the day, you get to a point where you are retired and you don't have the capacity to work again, and you are struggling. One of the conversations we used to have then, you see a lot of women say, oh, my children will take care of me at retirement. Please, have you gone to X or Twitter and asked those Gen Z whether they are interested in taking care of their parents? So the concept was to help women begin to set aside as little as 5,000 naira or 10,000 naira for their retirement. So it's a long-term objective, because the concept of women saving also is, we wanted to shift their perspective from, monies for things and day-to-day, but, to begin to prioritize long-term objectives. So we set up the Wealth for Women Fund, as a way to encourage more women to invest in the capital market. But the truth is that 40% of the fund then was invested in the capital market, in stocks, and then the remaining 60% was reinvested in, liquid asset or short-term asset or risk-free asset. But, my boss said, you created a product for women and the women are not investing in the product. What kind of thing is this? And so when we began to ask women, we realized that a lot of them said, I don't want to lose my principal. So they were not willing to take risk. So because definitely if you invest in the stock market, you buy UBA today at 20 naira, tomorrow it might be 19, or, So women said, I didn't want to lose my capital. So we had to go back to that product and see how we can reduce the percentage of allocated to the equities market, but still retain it, because the truth is that the equities market do well over a long period of time, and you tend to earn above fixed or conservative investment playing in the equities market. And we wanted to teach women the concept of risky investment and taking risk with their money, because if you're not taking risk with your money, you can as well just go and keep it in the bank account. So for us, one of the innovations we did was creating the Wealth for Women Fund product. And we've seen significant traction. Today, as a firm, we manage over 1 trillion in assets, and a significant portion of that is, from women learning to save and invest. But one other thing I'm going to say is, this IWD event, one of the things that we did was to reach out to companies to gift their female employee an investment. So, on March 8th, or, IWD Day, people are giving you small chops or food or a pack or a box. So we said, in addition to that, or if you're not willing to, but in addition to that, gift your female employee an investment. And we saw a number of firms, standing up to say, okay, I'm gifting all the female employees 5,000, 10,000 in the Wealth for Women Fund. And for me, it was amazing. Because it was a way for women to get a foothold into the concept of investing. Because by the time they see their statement, they say, oh, this money has grown. No. They're now encouraged, to top up and put their own money. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think you mentioning the Women for Wealth Fund really shows how businesses can support women and the sort of important role that they all have to play in this as well. I think it feeds into our next general, topic area, how women can overcome barriers to leadership and entrepreneurship. so in your case, you're right at the top of your business, right? And so I think it would be great to hear a bit more about how women perhaps who are not in that same leadership position can encourage whatever businesses in which they're involved to be supportive of women. Think of different initiatives, right, that can be implemented to support women. Do you have any thoughts on that, please, or advice?
Well, there's this, I won't call it a rumor or a myth that women don't support women. I think that's not the case. I think it's a function of perspective. And it's a wrong perspective, because if I see a young female in my team, I had a young female in my team, when I push her to do more, she says, oh, Diri is wicked to me. Diri doesn't like me. And I said, well, why would you say I don't like you? So the truth is that for us as women, we want to bring out the best in you. So we push you. Because we see that sometimes you can be a little laid back, and the guys are doing well. So we want to push you a little, and when we give that push, you say, oh, she doesn't like me. It's because she doesn't like me. So I think it's a mindset thing, and it's something that even within my own sphere of influence, and I think it's to encourage every other person within your sphere of influence to change. I had a colleague who was leaving my firm to another firm, and during the exit interview, when I asked her a question, why are you leaving? One of the things she said, Odiri doesn't like me. And I asked her, will you prefer to be liked or respected? Sincerely. And I said, okay, why do you think Odiri doesn't like you? Because, you're not at a junior level, but there are other junior members in the team. And when I get, smaller transactions, I give it to them. But I place you on a cadre that is much higher than the way I see you, and put you with more, mid-level. And because of that, because of you really like to, mingle with the lower. I said, no, that's the case. In actual fact, when her boss was going on leave, I said, madam, your boss is on leave. It's an opportunity for you to shine. It's an opportunity for me to see the work that you are doing. And so I kept, nudging and pushing. So these days, I nudge carefully. Yes, because I think that maybe it's a generational thing, or people just take it for granted. So I nudge carefully, and it's a feedback. It's not, but it's also a feedback. So I nudge carefully, but when I see that, it's putting you under pressure, I call you and discuss it. And again, I also like open door policy for me. People should be able to come and talk. And I think that is something that for us as women at that level, we should be able to encourage younger women, to be able to speak up, and not judge them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Aka, you've been with InterSwitch for about 2 decades, and they're obviously supporting, this conference here today. As you've grown with the company, have you encountered any challenges on your journey when it comes to, encouraging the company to support women and implement some of these initiatives? And how have you dealt with that?
Thank you. So I was the first person to go on maternity leave in InterSwitch. HR was confused. Like, what do we do? What do we do? Oh, it's 3 months, right? Okay, fill the form. Which form? There's no form. Okay, let's find the form. It was so hilarious. And then they said, when are you coming back? We started counting 1, 2, 3. Count it. What day? Okay, But now, InterSwitch has an amazing policy. You go on maternity leave 3 months, then you can work remotely for 3 months, and then you come back, you have 10% added to your appraisal that year. Yes. Then we have a crèche. We partner. So I'm just saying, what a huge, right? Yeah, and then we have people that say, okay, I want to go abroad to give birth, that kind of thing. So you start early, you can work remotely, even though you've not started, you can do that. Then when the maternity leave kicks in, so it's just a huge gap, and we have progressed. And I really think our HR and Mitchell, our MD, is very, conscious that, look, I don't want people to get uncomfortable. When I was head of core operations are core operations, the core. So we're 120 in the team, and then people work Saturdays, they work nights, because this was call center. This now with the so we say, I can't work night to have a baby, and then we're like, So at a time we'll be trying not to give them, but the guys too are human. So we now said, that's when we now thought, what if we had a crèche? What if we had a crèche that so they can do their weekend shift? So even if you say, okay, you're off night, but at least you will do weekend, you will do evening. And so there was this crèche. I know they've moved at the junction, First Bank building. There was a crèche, so we partnered. And it was so welcome. A lot of people someone wrote me and said, oh, because of this crèche, I was able to continue my job. I didn't have to stop my job. Thank you. I remember then we worked with our HR BP to define the flow, the payment, and it was so positive. Today, I know InterSwitch has something. I don't have the full details, but they have something that supports that. And when we move to our permanent site, we will have a crèche. So, does that? Nearly 50% of our management staff are women. So our CFO is a woman, Chinomso amazing. Our head of strategy is a woman. We have 6 business lines, and Chinyere heads one. Titi is one of our senior leaders of operations. She's a woman. Our head of operations, Halimama, is a woman. We have a lot of women, and it's deliberate. It's not like we say, she's a woman, give her the job. They are competent women. And that's another thing I'll say. While, yes, we want women to be there, but you need to show that competence. And women, we are quite smart. We're quite smart. Just put your mind into it. Refuse to take the easier way, like Odiri said. When they push you, they don't hate you. There was one day someone said, oh, Remy, that's why someone called you a witch. I scattered laughter because I know I'm not a witch. But, and then I just laughed and I said, I said, no, because he gave feedback. Like me, I know I give feedback. I will give you the feedback because you need it. But at the end of the day, it didn't make you better. Will you rather take a document, the first page, instead of customer? Did you not see it? What am I doing? No, they say, sorry. What? No, wait. How come I saw it? But you didn't see it. Then I should just say, oh, hey, yeah. No, it's not okay. Customer. So just saying that as women, don't feel bad when someone gives you that feedback. If it helps you, take it. Take it. Truth. Sometimes just take the truth, it will help you. So I'll say InterSwitch has done a lot with respect to helping women, encouraging women. And of course, we have role models in that space. We know definitely is achievable. We have a very, InterSwitch, we have a very balanced policy when it comes to promotion. When it comes, it's not about your gender, it's not about, if you are good, you can do the job. Why not? So, all those things, very rarely will you hear, I've never even heard, but you say a case where, because she was of her gender or his gender, he was stepped down from that role. No, that's not it. If you can do it, you can do it. Yeah. Thank you.
I want a job in InterSwitch.
We can know.
Thank you so much for that, and kudos to InterSwitch for all the progress in terms of what they're providing now for their female staff. Yeah. We've spoken now about some of the barriers and the ways in which businesses support them. And I think a really important one that was touched on earlier on in our conversation that I would really like to return to is that of the mental barriers that women can face. So self-doubt, imposter syndrome. I recognize these things in myself, as well. I've certainly experienced them. And so, Dr. Dozian, given all your work, in encouraging female leadership, promoting female executives, gaining that visibility for them, can you speak to us a little bit more about some of those mental barriers and strategies, right, that you would encourage that we use to try and overcome or mitigate their effects?
I think that's such an amazing question. I don't think you can have conferences like that without addressing those mental barriers. Because who here has ever felt like an imposter? And I really think it's about how, we as women are socialized. You are taught, the other day my mom was saying, in fact, today I was taking a picture. I was doing some recording, and I was taking a picture with the people that came to do the recording. And my mom was there, and she said, I was smiling, and she said, don't smile too much. So I reduced my function. I said, smile small now. And I had to catch myself because I was going to be like, which one exactly do you want? So there are little things like this. Don't be out there too much. Come back. Women are meant to be seen, but not heard. My mom used to tell me, talk like a girl. Talk like a lady. When you sit down, cross your legs. There are so many things that we have ingrained in us about what women should be like and how we should show up. Now, when it comes to the workspace, the rules are so different. And because you are just focused on doing the work, we develop something called professional amnesia, where you have been doing good work, but you are just going from step to step. You know, somebody will say to you, just as an example, "Oh, I love your jacket. This jacket, I've had it for 2 years, it doesn't even really fit." You are just, because they've told you empty barrels make the most noise and that you shouldn't boast. All these things have clouded your perception of who you are and the value you carry. And this is what feeds the imposter syndrome. So how do you change it? You know, confidence is a muscle. Confidence is not something that they shower on you and all of a sudden you become confident. It's a muscle. And which you did this and nobody knows. And then she now sent me one article about the work she did. She didn't even write what she did well. I said, please, back to sender. Change this. Write about the work that you have done with pride because you did it. So that's the first thing. Sit down and own who you are. Own your capacity. Own the work that you have done. Don't be ashamed of it. Do you understand? Because if you don't own it, somebody will own it for you. Yes. If you don't talk about the work you've done, somebody will say it for you, and they will say it in a way you do not like or may not like. So that's the first thing. Own yourself. Own the work you have done. The second part around dealing with imposter syndrome is to do hard things. Say it after me. Do hard things. Do hard things. That's how you build confidence. You don't build muscle from just lifting this bottle of water. You build muscle, 10 kg, 5 kg. You go to the gym, that's what you do. And that's how you build confidence. When you're able to look back and say, I did this, I did that, I did this. Confidence is not motivational. Because there's a way you will motivate yourself, you will get to the stage, nothing will come out of your mouth. And that will then feed the imposter syndrome. So 2 ways to balance, to summarize. The first is own your work, own what you have done. Don't be afraid to communicate it. I'll give everyone here an assignment. Just go home and write down 5 things you have done in your career this year. And if you can't remember, then you know that is an issue. Because you have been working for Q1. So what have you done? If you haven't done anything, then you now know that, okay, this is feedback. Maybe you are one of the people that are writing customer instead of customer. Right? And then the second part is stretch yourself, push yourself, right? And if you need a coach, if you need support, don't be afraid to get that. But also have a strong accountability system around you that is able to, when you make a mistake, they won't beat you too much. They will encourage you, right? But they're also able to tell you, you need to level up here, you need to level up there. So those are the things I would say.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Shotunde, for me, as a casual observation, it seems like there are more women, leading event management companies, right? So that seems quite different to the sort of male-dominated, fintech and like investment and finance spaces. I wondered if you agreed with this, and if there were lessons that we could draw from that, industry about why perhaps, there are more women leading in that space. Is this something to do with, we're fantastic multitaskers and managers, and is it that there's a way in which in the events management space that's allowed to shine more obviously? Could you speak to us a little bit about that, please?
Okay, yes. Event generally is female dominated, and so I would say in 100% of the industry, just 20% is male, so we have more females, and that's why we are also part of those at the forefront that are also trying to support, other females. But I would say that, first of all, of course, when you hear of event, the first thing you're hearing of is social event, party. So it is just normal to say, oh, women, the lady is thinking about her wedding, what will she wear? Somebody is getting married in December and already she's picked her dress, she's picked her ring, that excitement. So typically, in fact, right now, even within our circle, we'll say in every home there's an event planner. Because your mom is planning, the sister is planning. So even to engage our own services officially, we have to try to tell you the value of why we should be. So yes, our industry is female dominated. And over time, we have also tried to keep supporting one another. And that's one of the platforms that I have my community, even though it's not only for female, but I'm one of those that are leading the space to say we can do healthy collaborations. So we have the younger ones who are struggling to find their footings in the industry. They don't have jobs. My community has been able to support the younger ones where we bring them on board our own jobs. By virtue of our trainings, we do mentorship, we send them on internship to other companies. So in our own little way, we have tried to spread the gospel of, supporting one another. I'm also a recipient of international sponsored trips. So I've gone to Dubai 4 or 5 times by virtue of sponsorship. In fact, in 2023, I was engaged to bring on board 20 wedding planners to Dubai. And everyone was filmed. Okay, I think I had 2 or 3 male, but it also shows that people like us are looking out for others. And so when opportunity comes, in fact, when we travel out like that, we tell those other people that give Nigerians a chance, give Africans, because you go and we go for conferences and we see the same set of people every year. Either they are speakers, either they are enjoying sponsored trips, and we Africans were at the back seat. And so right now, there's still a lot for us to do. We have tried to use our platform to promote Nigeria, to promote Africa, to say, you know what, we have great minds here. And that's why the social media has also really helped, because right now we are also pushing the campaign. When we go for conferences, Nigerians always try to shine. We tell them, play Nigerian music, do this, do that. So yes, we're a lot in the industry, but we're not getting enough when it comes to opportunities and all of that. And just like she says, we just want to keep it cool. We just want to say, oh, I'd let them not see that I'm shining too much. Or maybe, for the kind of job we do a lot of posting. And so when you travel or when you were posting about your family, say, oh, don't let them take your shine. Don't post too much of your home. Don't post too much of your children. Don't post this. There's always a limitation. But I think with time, we're getting there. We're changing the narrations, and we're trying to pull ourselves together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So our next discussion area revolves around financial planning. So key strategies for financial planning and investment. And I will be turning to Ms. Adediran and Dr. Ogini on this. We'd like to kick off with what are some key wealth management principles that you think every woman should know, either from Dr. Ogini or Ms. Adediran, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There are many. There are many, but I think I'll just share 3 that I think are very profound. And irrespective of where you are, right, because I usually tell people, when you want to plan towards building wealth, you need to start from where you are. So meaning that you do a current state assessment. Today, I'm in a negative position because I'm owing more people, right? Or I have more debts, or I have more liabilities than assets. It's good to own where you are and just be clear on where you are. That's number 1. Number 2 is have a picture of the future that you want to achieve or attain, right? Because I feel like that future, that picture is what will really drive you to stay consistent. There's nothing here that I'm going to share with you that will make you move if you don't believe in where you're going. Do you see? So I feel like that picture of the future needs to be clear. Now, these are not accounting or financial or any technical anything. Just you being clear about what it is that you want for your life. And many times when I'm in training sessions or I'm just sitting with women and just charging them, one of the things I say to them is that you need to define what wealth means for you. For some people, wealth is just that they're able to send their kids to the best school because they didn't have the kind of education that they would want their kids to have. For some other people, it's just that freedom to be able to do whatever they like without having to think about money, right? So freedom is anything you call it for yourself. So define it. That's number 1 that I would say. Number 2 also is the fact that for you to grow your wealth or for you to become financially free, don't think in terms of income alone. Because how much you earn is not what determines whether you're going to be wealthy. We have seen people that earn a lot of money, and then something just happens to them drastically, and then they're back to here. And then you're wondering, but this man used to do very well. I mean, these are people that used to go on first class, that used to, afford the luxury things and all that. But maybe something just happened, and then they are back here. That's because there was never a backup anywhere. There was nothing to fall back on. They didn't build assets. So if you're going to be financially free, it's going to be a function of the assets that you own, not necessarily how much you are earning. And I think this should set some people free. Because what that means is that even if you're earning 100K today, it means that you can work towards ownership of assets with 1K, 2K, 5K, knowing that you can begin to add 1 or 2 together until it becomes 1 million, and then 10 million, and then on and on. So don't fixate on, oh, I'm not making a lot of money. That's why I cannot start my own wealth-building journey. And because we're even talking about innovation now, all these apps that you see all over have sort of democratized your access to, just think about what she said. You're able to come into a mutual fund with as little as your 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, something that you not have even been able to talk about or think about if you didn't have as much as, 5 million and above, right? But now with your little money, you can do something. So for me, it's really about being intentional, about owning assets, not fixating on how much you're earning in terms of income. Another principle that I think is very important is that money loves structure. Have you ever heard before where people will tell you, oh, I looked at my bank statement, I saw how much money had gone through my bank, but I don't know where my money is. I don't know where my money is going. How many of you have said that before? Like you just look at it and you're wondering, have you done that thing at the end of the year? You just sum up all the credits in your bank statement. You see some zeros and you're wondering, please, where is this money? How did I collect this money and what did I do with it? Now that's the reality for us when we don't intentionally send our money on errands. And because money is a servant, is a bad master, if you don't recognize that your money is a servant and that you should give it errands, it will go a wall. It will fly by itself and go where you did not send it. So money loves structure. Before any money comes into your hand, decide what that money is going to be for before it even enters your hand. When that money enters your hand, you're already saying, yeah, go here, go there. If somebody now comes to you and says, come and borrow me money, be like, hey, yeah, I don't have all. And you are right, you're not lying. You don't have. Because you've sent it on errands. Practically. We women love to save and we like to be looking at our money, how it is adding 1 to 2, 2 is becoming 4. Do you see? And then somebody comes to you and says, please come and borrow me money. Your conscience will not allow you to say you don't have because you can see it, you have. And so if you say you don't have, you look like you are lying. You understand? So you'll be like, hey, what am I going to do? And then you give. And then money doesn't come back. Even with giving, have a budget. That's also another principle. Budget everything. Even your enjoyment, budget it. I love baby girl life. Yes, as much as I talk about, investing, building for the future, I also believe in nourishing your soul. You understand? Because when your soul is nourished, you receive the strength and the energy to carry on and to continue to make more money and build wealth, right? Budget for it so that you don't feel guilty when you spend on those things. Do you see what I mean? So 50, 30, 20 rule is what I recommend if you're starting. 50% of your income can go into your needs, your lifestyle expenses. 30% should go into whether you're paying debt. For instance, maybe you borrowed money, you have a loan you're paying. 30% of your income should go and service that. Do you see? Or your needs, things that are, your wants rather, lifestyle wants. For instance, you want to aspire to maybe do a master's and you need to save towards it. Put it there. You want to travel for vacation. Put it there. It's your want, right? And they fulfill you one way or the other. Budget for it. And then the remaining 20, don't joke with it. And that leads me to the last principle. You see that 20 that I'm talking about is your own. Every money that comes into your hand already has people that are going to collect it from you. So you're actually working for everybody else when you don't pay yourself. That 20% is your own. So the last point is pay yourself first. take that 20%, put it in your savings, and then, of course, ultimately convert it to an investment. That is the portion that is for you. The remaining one, rent to collect it, transport to collect it, makeup artists to collect it. Who else? There are plenty that are coming after that money that is coming into your hand. Guess what? That 20% that you save and invest is your own. If you don't do it, you're doing yourself a disservice. Literally working for other people but you. I hope that will help you.
Thank you. Yeah, please, Dr. Ogini, if you could share some of your thoughts as well on some, principles, maybe even some specific opportunities, investment opportunities that you see, for women across this year, asset classes, anything like that. We're trying to be rich aunties.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Biola, for that. As she was speaking, I just remembered, I said using Excel to do budgeting. And I still have the budget I prepared for as far back as 2013. Yes, I still have that. So I use Excel, even with all the app and everything, I still use Excel to prepare my budget. So in addition to what she has said, I'll just add three things. Number one is setting goals, setting financial goals. What is your objective? One of the things I have started doing is that my net worth must be 3 times minimum my annual salary. So what that means is that if your annual salary gross, because people are asking me, is it gross or net? Just start with gross. It's 10 million naira. It means that your net worth must be a minimum of 30 million naira. It was a goal I set for myself. I wasn't there when I set that goal. Today I'm pushing to 5 times. So it's important for you. It's important for you to set a goal. And when you set a goal, a lot of time when we set the goals, we are setting the goals based on where we are now. No, you set a goal based on where you want to go. So I highly recommend, just look at your position, assess where you are. Your net worth should be your total assets, your investment, the money in your bank account. You can even add your gold. You can add your car, house, and then you deduct your liabilities, the people you are owing, the people that are, chasing you, or if it's if it's mortgage, if it's car loan, deduct it from that, and then whatever that balance is must be a minimum of 3 times what your annual salary is. That's the first thing. The second thing is, second principle is seek professional advice. A lot of the time, women take advice from anybody, your sister, your nanny, your pastor in the church. How did crypto go wide like this? It was everybody. Everybody was providing investment. Oh, I invested in crypto. So it is important for us to seek professional advice, not your parents. I used to make this joke. If you go to the hospital and you're talking to the receptionist and she says, oh, I can treat you, I can diagnose, and will you accept? So why will you accept, money advice from somebody who is not a professional? So it's important for us to, as women, to seek, I said professional, because the truth is that these days there are a lot of people that can give you advice that are not professional. And they are giving it from a good intent, but they are not professional. So the goal is, and the operative word there is seek professional advice. And then the third thing I'll talk about is take risk. And I will dive into some of the risky options. Take risk and start early. We have talked about the fact that women say, I don't want to lose my money. Let me just give you an example that came to mind. 2 years ago, there was a particular stock that was, I work in an investment group, and then we have a stockbroking firm too. So the MD of the stockbroking firm is a guy. Reached out to me. I said, Udiri, this particular stock is going to do very well. I want you to, let's take position. They've taken position, and they've taken position well. When they brought it to me, I said, I looked at it. I put a toe in it, a very small amount of money. In less than 2 months, the stock had doubled. I said, by the time I saw what these guys made, no, I went in full throttle. I poured myself into it. By the time they left, and they said, Odiri, you're still there. I said, yes. I must recover from what I did not do before. So when I look back, I held back, not because I didn't know the prospect of the investment instrument, not that, because that's my industry. But something, someone as women, I don't want to lose my money. I'd rather keep the money there, And then these guys, and so one of the reasons, when she talked about income, one of the reasons why, and what I've seen over the years is that our career success as women does not translate to financial success. And it's simply because of this. When you earn so much and you don't invest and let that money work for you and even increase significantly, there is that gap. So what are the investment options that we can do? Start early and start playing actively in the equities market. You don't have to put significant amount of money. There are mutual funds that are equity mutual funds, so they invest in the equities market. So you have a professional managing it for you. You see, you have your statement, you see how your money is growing. But it is important for us to learn early how to take risk. The truth is, if you are in your 20s or early 30s and you start taking opportunities in the equities market or other risky options, if you lose that money, will you die? No. So you don't want to wait till when you are 60. You now put your money in the equities market and anything, heart attack. So that's why we always encourage women to start early and you start small and be consistent. Because by the time you do that, you learn along the way. When people say we don't want to take risks, I say we take risk with everything. You take risk with your body. Yes, you take risk with, having a child, with your family, with everything. Why is that when it comes to the issue of money, we don't want to take risk? So it is not that we don't want to take risk. It's just that we've not been taught how to take risk, and what the concept of risk is. So start early, and I will encourage, start looking at the equities market. Start looking at things beyond leaving my money in bank account or buying treasury bills. Treasury bills is good, but it is the lowest risk option you ever get. I have doubled and tripled money staying in the equities market, and again, have a long-term perspective. Don't go and put school fees money in the equities market. Don't go and put money that you need in the next 1 month in the equities market. The equities market is structured to be a long-term game, not for gambling, not for speculating. But by the time you do that, you realize that you are gaining more than you are losing. Thank you.
Have you lost money in the equity?
Very well. Okay. No. I bought a stock. I was expecting it to get to a certain level. It got to that level. I said, no, it will get higher. It will get higher. Instead of me to have gone out. Months after, it went down. I said, okay, now it's time to cut my loss. So I cut my loss and I put it somewhere else. So you are creating a portfolio. So it's a portfolio, not a one this thing. So in a portfolio, I can lose money in one, but the overall portfolio is profitable.
Please let me add one thing to that as well. I think it's important because she emphasized the fact that you should start early. Start taking risk early. The same way she talked about confidence is a muscle. Your ability to take risk is also a muscle. When you don't take risk, you don't grow that muscle. Do you see? I started investing in the equities market in 2005. And I was one of those people that lost significantly in the 2008 financial crisis. I started when I was in school. And I remember a particular stock I bought. It was AP. I remember buying that stock at 98 naira per share. And that stock had risen to about maybe 130. And I kept saying, it will still grow, it will still grow, it will still grow. Only for the thing to drop as low as 30-something naira. And I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? And then the moment the thing rose slightly to 48, I said, I beg, let me just cut my losses. At all. Even though it did not reach how much I bought it. Do you know that 2 or 3 weeks after I sold that stock, it went up again? And it went past how much I bought it. Now, that experience taught me something. Do you see? It taught me to learn when to take profit. It also taught me to learn when to buy at a discount. That's when the market is dipping and everybody is running away. Do you understand? Now, I learned that how many years ago? Today, if I'm in the stock market and the thing is doing gigolo, I understand. Because I know that the market is in circles. And I understand how to now pick my stocks. Because at that time, it was just a gambling type, whatever. They said, this one is okay, I buy it, okay. But now you pick stocks with fundamentals. And that is why having an advisor to show you specifics and give you advice also helps. It helps you to reduce the risk as much as possible. But start early. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I hate to pop in here, forgive me. But if we have questions, please, I would ask our audience to please, all our participants, to just write your questions down. I've got a ton of questions. So for those who have questions, please write your questions down, because right after this panel session will be Q&A. Go ahead, I'm not cutting you.
Thank you so much for those really important points. I think certainly that point about diversifying your risk is really, really key. And just as you were talking about, women shying away from risk, I think more than their male counterparts would. Another area I thought about was also taking on debt, right? The women tend to be more cautious about taking on debt, even though sometimes for your business, it's important to build up some sort of credit profile. And if you don't take out any debt at all, then that can also affect your opportunities, in terms of borrowing further down the line. So those are definitely some really interesting points. So as we round up the financial planning segment, one of the things that I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into, because of your work, Ms. Adediran, with family wealth management and specifically, is to talk a bit about how women can think about inheriting wealth and then passing wealth down, to future generations. If there are women right now, even with perhaps wealthy parents or something like that, how can they think about getting involved in some of these conversations, positioning themselves so that their voices are also heard?
Fantastic. Interestingly, this is like my everyday conversation, right? And I sit with founders who are definitely thinking about exit. Either exit from their family-owned business that they've run for a long time, or just maybe in terms of managing the family wealth portfolio. And oftentimes, because we are also Africans and the way we're wired, the cultural dynamics, we tend to look up to the son, to the male child, right, to take charge, to take responsibility. Interestingly, I have found in some cases that it is even the female child that is available and ready or interested, to step into maybe running the family business, or maybe show some interest in getting involved in managing the family affairs, right? What I would say to you as a woman here is, don't take yourself out of the equation. When they're having those money conversations, please be there. Show interest. First of all, school yourself. Go for financial education. The reason a lot of women don't invest or are not able to take risk is not because they can't take risk. It's because they lack confidence. Confidence in their ability to take the right risk and not lose their money. And I believe that information is really what helps you to deal with that. If you know better, you will do better. So specifically, you're talking about inheritance. In fact, I did a LinkedIn post on this thing. Those of you that can follow me on whatever, LinkedIn, go and read it. It's about women and wealth, the issue around inheritance in Africa, where the conversation is largely around the male. In fact, there are some cultures where they believe that no matter what is happening, wealth must pass through the male child. So women don't inherit. And this even happens in my own culture. So it's not something that I'm alien to. It's something that I know. I mean, we're 4 kids, 4 siblings. I have only one brother. And my dad already began to socialize my brother when we were even teenagers, that he is the father of everybody. And I used to be very angry because I'm the first, but this boy is the third. And then he's beginning to laud himself like, yeah, I'm the man of the home. And he has assets in his name that we, the girls, don't have, and he's privy to things about Popsy's assets that we don't. So it's a thing. So they don't even think that it's something that is far away. It's a thing, right? And so what I'm going to say to you, first of all, is that be knowledgeable. If you bring knowledge to the table and you demonstrate capability to do these things, I'm sure that our parents will begin to think differently. And interestingly, money does not know gender. Absolutely, it doesn't. So if you're knowledgeable about how to manage, and we have a natural instinct to manage things well, let's channel it. Let's have these money conversations. Let's channel our natural skills of nurturing to really be able to build and manage wealth. If we begin to show interest and have these conversations, you will see that the tides will begin to shift in our direction.
Thank you for this. The next and final area is really practical steps to turn inspiration into action. And I wanted to first focus on networking, the importance of networking opportunities. So turning to Dr. Edozian, please, can you talk to us a little bit about the importance of networking, how we can get into the right spaces, perhaps if we're not necessarily as qualified as some of the other people we would love to, be able to network with. Maybe also even how our personal brand can help facilitate, good networking opportunities. Thank you so much.
That's a masterclass question. It's a masterclass question. But before I answer that question, can we just give a round of applause to our author moderator? She's absolutely excellent. Absolutely excellent. Thank you for making this conversation. Sometimes you're on a panel and you're just like, oh, when is it going to end? But I'm literally enjoying it. And you managed to, just dimension the questions in an interesting way. So thank you so much. Okay, so networking is really exposure. I think when you don't have a network, you are literally covering yourself with a black bedsheet. Literally, because your network, first of all, if you have the right network, they will speak for you in rooms that you don't have access to, rooms that you don't even know exist, first. Secondly, when you have the right network, it inspires you. Imagine having these ladies in your network. You will be rich now, right? Because you know what is going on. So I always say to people, who is your equivalent, whatever role you have now, who is your equivalent in Ghana? Who is your equivalent in Canada? What are they doing? What issues are they tackling? When you start to build a global network, your perspective and even the way you approach issues change. So that's why networking is important, because many times as women, we are so focused on doing the work, we don't focus on the strategy that gets the work done in a hyper-fast way. And networking is key to that. So how do you build a network? The first thing is, I remember one time, I got this opportunity, a sponsorship opportunity to go to South Africa for this conference. And I got there, and when you go, for some reason, when you go abroad for conferences, you can be there with the CEO of a company. He's just in jeans and slacks and a t-shirt and all of that. And, but he's carrying his name badge and maybe the name of the company underneath. And I was just seeing all these people, and I felt tiny. I felt so small. So I just went to the corner of the room. And this is me, it's ridiculous, but it's very true. I went to the corner of the room, and I was just there sipping a drink, because I felt like I didn't deserve to be in the room. And many times that's what happens to us as women. You either start to feel like an imposter, you think, oh, this person is not going to talk to me. Another time I went for a conference, I do this thing when I go for events. I say I don't like to sit with friends, because I already know you. We will gist later. I'm here to meet new people. So even if I sit with a friend, I always try and give myself a target to speak to like 3 people. And I remember I was having lunch, and I said, okay, I'm not going to sit with people I know, I'm going to sit on a new table. And I started talking to these ladies. And they were just, I was like, oh, hello, are you enjoying the conference? Yeah. I now asked the one beside her, are you enjoying the conference? And like, and they were talking to each other. And at that point, it's very easy to say, hey, I said it. All these women conferences, don't go. It's a waste of time. They don't care, but because maybe I'm not carrying the right bag, all of that. All these things that we say to ourselves. But what did I do? I just turned. Like it was wind that passed me. And I continued talking to the people beside. And those ones were eager to speak to me. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean those 2 ladies are, what did you call yourself? They said a witch or whatever. No. It doesn't mean that. Anything could have happened. One of them, their husband could have been quarreling with her. The other person, her boss, may have sent her a message that, what are you doing at this conference, my friend? You get back to the office. And she's angry. It has nothing to do with you. So many times you take all these mental garbage with you into these rooms, and it prevents you from connecting. So the first thing is, understand that you're a person of worth when you enter. The fact that you're a human being, you woke up this morning, you walk clothes, you are not mad, you are not walking on the road, you walk clothes, you are a person, you are a human being, and you are deserving of speaking to somebody. But then how do you do that? So like I said, when you enter a room, decide before you go for a networking conference, what are my goals? Who do I want to meet with? So me, before I go for a networking event, I Google the speakers. I send them messages on LinkedIn. Hello, I'm going to be attending so-and-so event. I really love to hear you speak. After the event, if I can't speak to them, I send them another message. It was really lovely hearing you speak. I loved when you said XYZ about risk. And obviously, sometimes they respond, sometimes they don't respond. But guess what? When I have a favor to ask of them is so easy for me. Because by the time I go to the LinkedIn thread, they see, this girl has been messaging me. Let me tell you, there's this person, well, let me not call his name, but he got this huge appointment recently. And I met him at a conference. And every year on LinkedIn will send you a message when it's somebody's birthday. And so for 6 years, all I sent to him was, happy birthday, sir. Because LinkedIn used to remind me. And then one day, I wanted a high ticket speaker for an event. And I sent him a message. And he was first like, I'm so sorry I haven't responded to any of your happy birthday messages. Here's my personal email. Send me the invite via email. Because this is somebody that, I mean, in the realm of things, we're not easy, HNI, whatever, we're not in the same level. But at the end of the day, I said to him, I'm a person, I'm a human being. I find his work interesting, and so I'm going to make a connection. So how do you start to build your network? First of all, who are the people that inspire you? Ask yourself these 4 questions. Who inspires me? Who needs to know about me and the work I do? Who already has achieved the things I want to achieve in the future? When you ask yourself those 3 questions, and then you now think of those names, and you don't have, even if it is, 6 degrees of separation, right? Even if you don't know them, you can't touch them like this, but there's no even 3 steps to find them. You know that your network is lacking, because the network you have cannot take you to where you want to go. So you need to start building it. Start saying to yourself, okay, who needs to know about me? Who has achieved what I want to achieve? And then use a platform like LinkedIn. LinkedIn is such an amazing platform because it can help you connect with so many people. The people I've connected with on LinkedIn. I mean, next week, Monday, I'm going to be doing a webinar for women in Lesotho. How? Through LinkedIn. I've done webinars across the world, global awards and all of that. Why? Because of LinkedIn. So connect with those people. And then LinkedIn sends you LinkedIn does not pay me all this work I do for them. But LinkedIn sends you 3 messages about your contacts. So the first is their birthday, when they will have a work anniversary, or if they've been mentioned in the news, right? Anytime you get any of those information, reach out. Oh, happy birthday. Oh, I see you've changed your job. Congratulations. Those things, they cost you nothing, but they keep you top of mind. I'll stop there.
Thank you. You've all been so generous with your time. I just have 2 more questions and then a final question for the whole panel. So it will be first to Ms. Shotunde and then to Ms. Aka, and then I'll give a final question for the whole panel. So Ms. Shotunde, in terms of events, because we're looking at practical steps, right, for women in business and women seeking to grow their businesses, can you speak to us a bit about how events can be used, can be leveraged to get your business brand out there, to engage better with your customers, that sort of thing, please? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take it from if you're an event person and you want to get your business out there. So like just now I see them giving out packs of things and all that. This is an opportunity to either sponsor. So if you're a food vendor, if you're a gift person, you can use events as this to get your business out there. And then, of course, in exchange, you say, okay, this was supported by this. They do a tag, a mention. You can also boost the post of the pictures of the event. Now, this is for business owners who want to get their businesses out there. Now, in the event industry in general, we also have conferences. I liked she talked about networking and all of that. When you go for events, in the event space, try as much as possible to connect with colleagues. And I would use myself as a practical example. How I grew up the ladder in the event industry was I was very intentional. Just like what she said, who is doing what I want to do, who is already there, how do I connect with these people? So when I go, I intentionally pay for conferences, go meet these industry leaders, attend, ask questions, and then join relevant association. In my industry, we have associations, we have communities, we have groups. So when you intentionally be a part of these groups, you need to make your voice known. You can volunteer your services, you can volunteer your time, be in the committee. Don't be a monitoring spirit on WhatsApp group. I know a lot of us are in WhatsApp, and in 1 year, even in your secondary school, you won't even say happy birthday to somebody, on the group. So we in events, we intentionally make that effort to connect with people, both our colleagues as well as potential clients. Because again, I think One of the things we've also learned that if you want to go into corporate events,
You are watching Business Day Television.